What's up, y'all? It's Ty. In this video today, you're going to be watching the finals of an $8,000 My League. Now, how does this My League work? It kind of is difficult to explain, but basically you buy an entry spot and then you can buy upgrades for your team. So it kind of is like a My Team, but in a My League, and the money you spend goes towards the pot. And so it's me versus 11 in the finals of an $8,000 pot My League. The winner of the thing gets $1,700. Second place gets $1,100. And did I spend money? Yeah, I spent like $300, $400, I think, on upgrades. So, you know, obviously I profit either way, but I want to win this in the worst possible way. It is a best of 3 in the finals of the $8,000 pot My League. Oh, let's get it. Bro, what is up with his guys wearing these shoes, dude? Here. Well. That's just gotta be our board, though. Like, that's just gotta be our board. Like, I get it if I missed that, but that's gotta be... Ooh, no, look at that finals logo. Why can't we put the logo on the court, though, or something? That's me. Alright, can y'all get stops? Like, y'all having trouble scoring because everything's in the full court setting. Or the half court setting. I can't get a stop in transition at all. Thank you. Ah, that's gotta be us. Good. Step. That's me. That's me. Good. Come on, knock down MJ. Come on, Ty. Come on. Y'all gotta get some stops, though. Good. Board. Go get a board. Thank you. That's great D on that. Hey, I'll take it. Play catch a little. Come on, Ty. Come on, lock in. Good. Under good. Could have been my blitz right there. I ain't gonna lie. Not going in. That's good D by him. Come on. Board. Thank you. That's great D. Thank you. Come on. No way he didn't jump at all. Thank you. MJ, come on, man. Come on, MJ. Come on. Get up right here. It's DMJ. I ain't even reach. I mean, it actually didn't end up working, but that's not bad. 1.8 is a good price for him for sure. I mean, there's no guarantees that his price is, you know, gonna go up, and that's gonna end up working like for MT's sake. But good, MJ. Thank you. Go 2 for 1, maybe. No, I just wanted a 3. I mean, it's fine. Points are points, but I wanted a 3 right there. Oh. You dribbled that long. I mean, Jordan,
26.
Wait.
That's how we're starting this video. And thanks, Joe, for this birthday gift. That's a wonderful birthday gift.
You're
Let me
welcome.
know that it's my birthday and there's a Madden official gameplay.
I wanted you to make
deep dive.
I wanted you to feel alive today.
Oh,
Get on the rant.
Guys, seriously, do not buy Madden.
Yes.
We have never, ever been closer to the EA and NFL not renewing the license. The license, they've been mum and quiet. Why? Well, if you look at the recent sales, Madden 25 sales, while strong, because it's the only NFL game in town, saw a decrease compared to previous year's Madden 24. A decrease. This is huge. And so Madden 26 and Madden developers and EA, they're freaking out. They want to go hard for Madden 26 and try their best to get that license renewed. Even if you're a huge fan of Madden, you would be helping yourself.
Just wait.
You'd be making a better Madden.
Yes.
If you don't pre-order. Please don't pre-order. If you need your football, you know what? Don't say I'm not generous. On my birthday, you can buy college. Get it out of your system. Do whatever you want. Do not buy Madden because of the fucking monopoly. You will get multiple studios making Madden games. We have never been closer, guys. They have not renewed the license. It's till the last year is 2026 where they have the license. They are in negotiations now.
Do it.
So now that we got that out of the way, it's time to look at this deep dive.
Deep dive.
This desperate year that Madden is like, we need massive, strong sales. We need that peak to go back up so that the NFL sees that we are the only game in town, and please don't let other people give us competition. Let's see what they put together for us. We've already done the initial trailer, which was Joe did some built from Sundays.
Yes. It's the only day of the week. The only day of the week they work.
The only day on Sundays.
We work on Sundays.
Explosive locomotion, DNA, QB, and coach. DNA, and dynamic animation. Dynamic this, dynamic that. Basically, a load of marketing garbage. So here is the trailer. Let's watch it together. It's got... Okay, wow. I am very happy to see that. Just came out. Very low views. low reviews on some of the people who went to EA and are basically reading the blog and website and getting paid for it. If your Madden preview starts with "This is sponsored by EA," I immediately turn it off. Okay, you need objectivity. You need Madden opinion from people who have reviewed the game multiple years and seen actual progression. What do they have for us? Let's find out.
More
3,
DNA.
2, 1, go.
And advanced player
Some
traits.
DNA 3. Hold on, damn it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna play it live. Go.
What's up,
do
everyone?
it.
Kurt Benkert here. A lot of you have been asking what's actually different in Madden NFL 26.
Oh my God!
Let me-
I've already know. Okay. This is too easy, Joe. I already saw something.
you through
Okay,
what
we're
I
gonna
learned at the-
let it play out, and I will break it down here
Yes,
little
we're
by
here to
little. It's the
nitpick.
same fucking thing.
It's
no,
gonna happen.
They say that
It's-
they have improved logic, AI, dynamic DNA. Dynamic DNA, sapient technology, Joe.
Preview event in Orlando. In today's
Here's your new weather effects. Again, everybody is
Trained on
clean as
nearly
hell
a
on the
decade of
field.
real NFL data, a new AI-powered machine learning system informs all new coach tendencies, QB signatures, and advanced player traits. With more strategic depth and
Every year, Madden. Here's what happens, guys. Every year, Madden adds a few new animations
Yes.
and a few these captured animations, and then they have these. They try to fit them into buckets of marketing speak. Every year, they add animations and they tell you the game is completely different and it's smarter. And it's the most dynamic and interesting AI-driven thing ever.
Then you play it. It's the same
It's the
shit
same
over
shit
and over.
and over with a few new animations. Does it look good? Yeah, it looks a little better. But that's not what people need the logic on the field to work. And then adding small bits and pieces that they got from college or that they should have had 3 years ago or 4 years ago. And that's what I'm seeing already.
authentic detail, making every game a distinct and dynamic challenge,
detail.
true to NFL team identities. Let's take a closer look. The team is reimagining quarterback play with new QB DNA,
Oh
adding
my
new
God, here we
levels
go.
of detail,
New
quality,
QB
and
DNA.
variety
DNA,
to the most
yeah.
iconic position in sports.
Dynamic.
Refreshed passing animations and a variety of all new signature throwing
Fresh
styles for quarterbacks across the
Passing
game.
animations and signature throw styles. Guys, this has been in the game before, and that does nothing for franchise players who 5 years from now, 10 years from now, new players are coming in all the time. So, yeah, the stars will have slightly more accurate passing animations, which they promoted when Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady were on the cover. They've done these exclusive passive animations before. If you're adding a few more animations, just fucking tell people you're adding 300 new animation styles. No, it's called QB DNA. Oh, my God.
Makes
Make each
enticing.
one look, move, and feel more like themselves.
Yeah,
Some more
throwing
detailed
across the field
signatures
like
are
that.
unique to star quarterbacks.
See, good
like jump throws
presentation,
in the face
looking
of pressure
better
by Caleb Williams.
presentation.
Stylized back foot
That should
passes
result
for
in a
Lamar
pick.
Jackson and Jaden Daniels, and quick flips on the run for Josh Allen. Plus, player-specific pocket movement, signature scramble locomotion, unique arm slots, and unique footwork fundamentals.
Again, something that should have been in the game before, doing jukes behind the line of scrimmage while you're still having your play art here is something that was that was needed
arm-
years and years ago, and now they finally add it. And it's being touted as this epic feature. Guys, these are things that should be bullet pointed in a list of fixes for Madden 4 years ago, not like the reason to buy the next Madden and be stuck with only Madden because they have a monopoly.
Slots, and unique footwork fundamentals. And a new set of 50 advanced player traits informed by real on-field player tendency data.
Guys, how many times are they going to do the advanced player traits,
That's
the
their new-
superstar traits? One guy has this trait, the other guy has this trait. One guy's a finesse rusher. One guy is Stop it! Stop buying into this, please. This is already in the game. It's being repackaged and resold
yeah, that's exactly
to
what
you.
it is. Because before they had like heavy hitters, they had a hammer, they had a bull rush, little icons in the bottom, but now it's advanced player traits.
It's all the stuff in the background. If logic A links to logic B because logic D informed that decision, now they say logic A links to logic B because D, but then we're also adding a variable C. C then contributes. Advanced player traits. Brand new advanced player traits. We've reworked them all because of a small change. That is how this happens. And how do we know that? Because every fucking year it is the fucking same. And let me show you. Okay, so I'm already gonna spoil this. I don't want this to be a 30 fucking minute video, okay? So they're talking about all this advanced logic, but I've already gone into their deep dive. I've already done, you know, the rest of the guys are getting paid to read this back to you. I was shocked at all of the videos promoting from your usual crowd, and they literally just read this whole thing to you. Well, just now, today, this came out, which is the Madden closed beta test details how to get in. You're not allowed to capture. You've entered a no capture zone. You're not allowed to share your information.
There's going to be a lot of bad plays,
right.
A lot of bad
but
AI.
They give away the whole game here when they show known gameplay issues. Read these known gameplay issues. I want you to read these known gameplay issues, and you will see the same issues that were in Madden 25, that were in Madden 24. So if in the beta that's about to happen today, closed for certain influencers, for certain paid, pre-order whatever, and they said the known issues is the same fucking shit that has been there. Outside deep zone match defenders are sometimes taking unintentional missteps, giving up deep ball passes.
Yep, it happens a lot.
Defenders will sometimes move towards the line of scrimmage, taking themselves out of position to play deep passes. Does that sound like advanced logic to you? It's the same. You have to change an entire engine in order to get some of these fixed, especially when they've been in the game for 7 years running. Just go and read this yourself, and you will see all of the issues that are still in Madden that they're still working to patch out recently because they're given a 9-month development cycle until the next one. And they're trying to simultaneously add features while trying to fix features that have been broken for 5 years while doing marketing jobs and trying to say that this is going to be the best Madden ever, and we took one step forward. They took one where this is a step in the right direction. How many fucking times have you heard a step in the right direction?
But you're
Guys,
still way off course. Yes. Yeah, that's the right direction.
That's the right
But over here is like, okay.
Every fucking year you take a step in the right direction, and then
You're
2 steps
never
back.
gonna fucking get
2 steps back in a different area. But Joe, did you see the weather this year? But Joe, did you see the advanced QB DNA? You mean the 200 animations that they added? They're supposed to add 200 animations every year. And get this, I'm going to skip right to this too. I read through all this shit. All this fucking shit, okay? And I took it very fucking serious. Now, look at this. Okay, here we go now. You're going to love this. Ready? Physics-based gameplay. This is what we've been asking for forever, right? Physics-based gameplay, right? Check this out. We've added, under physics-based gameplay, we've added more than 700 new tackle animations. They're tackle animations! They're animations! For the physics-based gameplay, what did we do? We added new animations. And you can apply that to every single bullet point here that they have.
Like certain
bullet QB DNA.
You don't get it,
QB
Joe.
will be exactly like he is in the NFL. A few new
We
animations.
got 700 new tackling DNA. It's tackling DNA.
Animations, Joe. 700 new animations. It's like, yes, that's what should be happening. So what you're getting for packaged for Madden 26 is new animations. Oh, thank you. That's really I really appreciate that. And a little bit better play call logic with, AI helping. It's almost, I don't put it past EA that their game has Google Gemini opened up in the background, and every time a play happens, it automatically gets filtered. What play would this coach use in this situation? And then it gets spit back to the Madden engine, and then it comes through. That's what I feel is fucking happening here. It's like, all right, here we go.
Pushes the fidelity of NFL stars even further.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All of it designed to match the real, nuanced movements and play styles of the league's quarterbacks. Real NFL coaches bring their strategic minds to gameplay with Coach DNA. New predictive play call AI built on real coaching data straight from NFL sidelines.
Guys, we were already promised this in the game. That the Falcons do the Falcons, the Lions do the Lions. They've mentioned the coaches a bunch of times, so they tweak the engine and the way it runs in the background, and all of a sudden it's as if it's never happened in the past, and everybody is going to be selecting the correct plays and all the logic. And then you read the known issues, and then you see that there are several issues here where they're choosing to kick a field goal, at a 60-plus yard field goals. Is that realistic?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe for the Cowboys, but I don't know about anybody else. Red zone, throwing short of the red zone on 3rd and 4th downs. They're literally throwing just... All right, I will let you continue with your DNA.
Finds each team's unique identity. Coaching styles like Dan Campbell's 4th down aggression, Kevin O'Connell's creative offensive approach, and
see, and then I'm supposed to be super impressed with this stock AI, text here, where let's see what does Dan Campbell say. Dan Campbell, I'm assuming that this is in the game and not just a fucking promo for just like this particular thing.
Not sure.
So Dan Campbell, hit him in the teeth with a spacing switch. Reads are tight. Ball comes out fast. Exploit these soft zones and keep the chains moving. Tough, efficient football. It's gobbledygook. It's meaningless. It's just the fucking play art. You can come up with an AI-generated fucking expression for each one of these plays, and it means nothing. Stretch the defense horizontally as opposed to vertically. With motion, set up a quick double pass. Exploit mismatches. Oh, wait. Exploit mismatches? So over here, he didn't want us to exploit mismatches. But here, you have to understand, O'Connell wants you to exploit mismatches, not Campbell.
Because that's his coaching tendencies.
So stupid.
It's not Dan's.
And watch for yards after catch opportunities. Watch for yards after catch opportunities. Keep timing sharp. It's fucking pointless and meaningless.
If you catch it, fucking run forward.
So what you've done is you've created a text generator. And you want extra credit. You want to be the only football game in town. You want the exclusive license because you created a little mini AI Gemini Google search that will spit out football platitudes whenever you pick your play art. Fuck off.
Creative offensive approach, and more.
Meanwhile, we have shit like this happening. Just to fucking prove my point. Look at this pocket, Joe.
What's up, everyone?
Did you just see it? I want you to see the blocking that we have all fucking pointed out year after year, where there's no logic, there's no sense. Field sense technology. Look at number 73 and look at number 76. I'm just gonna slam into 76. This is not. We're not forming a fucking pocket.
A lot of you.
That's gonna happen all the fucking time. Trust me.
That too. Like go back to that Bills play. Either linebacker just stops moving, the safety doesn't do anything.
A lot of you have been asking what.
You just left him wide open. Like go back over here. We could slow it down. You'll see this
This
middle
one right
linebacker
here.
not even moving.
What is he doing? I guess he's in a zone,
Okay,
Joe.
what about
That's the
safety?
excuse.
The safety is just gonna do what?
I don't know what's happening here. There's no fucking on-field logic.
Where is the defense? Where's the goddamn defense?
The only explanation, if you know
Safety
football, the
needs
only
to-
explanation for that is they're sitting in zones and they refuse to leave their zones. This is
and
not
that's
man
a problem.
coverage.
It's always happened too.
Well, yes.
You've been asking what's
It just depends on what
then-
plays are selected in that particular
over and over
instance.
again.
Okay, so
Making it
going
harder
back.
for counterintelligence offers
Oh
dial-up
my
in
God,
specific game
counterintelligence,
situations.
Please don't.
New dynamic coach suggestions provide play recommendations.
Dynamic coach suggestions. New dynamic coach suggestions, Joe. They're dynamic as opposed to static coach suggestions. I guess they were giving us static coach suggestions that were really stale and awful. But
You
now
should have your little coach face on the bottom. We're gonna ram it down the throats and run it. It's like, Coach, it's 4th and 32.
32. Ram it down their throats. Exploit mismatches.
And if you
Run
can,
tight football.
score a touchdown. I was like, yeah, that sounds easy.
He has a tight end.
That sounds easy,
Thanks-
but I don't
thanks,
think
Coach.
I'm gonna do it.
Thanks, Coach.
based on what your team's coach would dial up in specific game situations. And new counterintelligence offers smart play calling recommendations against opponent tendencies, making it harder for them to succeed when they keep running the same play over.
Guys, I just want to let you know what they have pushed in their gameplay deep dive to this point. QB DNA and coach DNA. QB DNA amounts to new animations and taking the superstars in the NFL and motion capturing and adding some more of their unique throw styles, right? That was already in the game. You're getting a little bit more. So to me,
Looks
that's like
prettier. Yeah.
right? Okay, and then Coach DNA, which is an AI logic system, which I guarantee you is going to be broken when it
Yes.
fucking comes out, because any changes that they do to this aging engine is going to break some of the logic over many years. You know, the coach tendencies are going to be wild and wacky. And then they take that Coach DNA and they get 2 more bullet points out of it by saying there's also coach suggestions. Well, yeah, of course, if the coach DNA is improved and they start to pick the plays that they like more based upon what they've done in the past, which you said you already did that with the fucking Amazon logic and this and that, and that they've touted for years. But okay, you're touting it again, just in a different marketing speak, and now there's better coach suggestions and better defensive coaches. That's counterintelligence.
And
Your
years
defensive
of
coach
data.
will give you better play suggestions. So you're telling me the one little fucking area off to the side when we're playing our football games, you know how we pick the plays and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
So the area where there's suggestions, that's slightly been improved.
Yes, because it was there last time. But this one
Does this not sound
for
like
coaches.
a desperate year? Does this not sound like the shit that they're adding? It's like, whoa! Bro, they cooking with this one. They cooking. The suggestions are better. Bro, what? How do people do this?
I don't understand how.
How do they convince themselves that, bro, oh man, the fucking Patrick Mahomes looks like he's throwing the ball just like he does in real life?
Well, you got me on that one.
Over and over again. To authentically reflect unique NFL coaching strategies and play calling tendencies, the team has expanded playbooks with new shifts, multi-motions, and exotic blitz packages, highlighting more of the
That is bare minimum. This is what you want us to give you credit and be impressed by what you're supposed to be doing. Bare minimum every year. Do you see NFL? Do you see what we've been dealing with? EA has been giving us the bare minimum, touting additional plays and coverage extensions and being able to control our coverages as a new bullet point feature and
still broken.
incredible innovation.
Still broken.
What is wrong with you people?
specific schemes that define a team's identity, with real-time NFL trends and new innovative plays to be added throughout the season. Physics-based offensive line block steering and new stunts and twists.
Animation-based.
Add strategic depth to your play calling.
Animation based.
Wear and tear adds strategy to your roster management.
So you're bringing over the college wear and tear. You're borrowing a feature that somebody else developed for you, and you're bringing it to Madden.
New dynamic subs let you swap out fatigued players for fresh legs without pausing the action.
Dynamic substitutions. We are supposed to be able to sub our players 20 years ago. We've been able to sub players 20 years ago. This is not a new feature. NFL Fever 2002 had dynamic substitutions. And because you're adding it now does not make this the Madden year that they cooked.
Custom defensive zones unlock the control to strategically adapt coverage in real time, and improved pass coverage logic enhances defender reactions to receiver routes.
I cannot believe.
To accurately represent the elite skill of NFL
I cannot believe this was
represent the
not
routes.
already in the game. So let me try to explain this to you. You can set custom defense zones. So last year, you'd be able to hold a button and take a route and take the little arrow and push the arrow up further and then do like that, right? And that was an amazing feature. And it's like, hey, thank you. We needed that a long time ago. So the new feature this year is that now you're going to hold a button on defense and take the circle and move the circle the way. That should have been the first time you allowed the play art to be dynamically changed last year. Should have been the year that the defense should have been able to do that. So you give that ability to the offense, but you didn't give it to the defense because maybe you held it back and you said, hey, you know what? We could save this for next year. Look at this. What? Wow. We didn't know we could do this. Now you can do the play arts dynamically this year. Please clap. Please clap.
And improved pass coverage logic enhances defender reactions to receiver routes.
Bro, that guy didn't even the guy didn't even look back.
Defender reactions to receiver routes.
Does that happen in the NFL? Yeah, but it's so fucking rare. But what happens even more often in Madden is the stupid stupid shit happening all the time. So I hear that this is probably stupid shit rather than super awareness.
I guarantee that's going to happen, and it's going to be a pick.
Yeah.
Not even looking.
To accurately represent the elite
It's gonna
skill of
happen.
NFL athletes,
Explosive movement, guys.
overhauled
We
player
want credit for
movement across
explosive
every
movement.
mode. With the confidence that these superstars will move in Madden 26 like they do on game day. Modernized depth charts introduce
The fucking sidelines, Joe. So all this presentation improvement. So the guy they
He's
still
running,
look
he's on the
exactly
sideline. Let's
the
see.
same. They look like fucking shit. No, by the way, they look like fucking shit. He's out in the open on his own. Is the sideline going to react? There's a bunch of fucking space to make a
Madden
touchdown.
26 like
Boom, catches the ball right in front of everybody. Everybody's got their arms crossed. This guy is preparing to
He's a punter.
go to the he's a jockey for horse racing, but he's here for some
they
reason.
do on game day.
Now
nobody
that
reacts.
really.
Modernized depth charts introduce more authentic positional roles. Identify mismatches and dial up more creative plays with the new gadget slot, built for versatile offensive weapons like Deebo Samuel. On defense, left and right edge replace defensive end. Linebackers
Now you want credit for actually putting in what has been in the game for decades. The actual names: long snapper, Mike, Sam,
It's
Will,
back in
left
the
edge.
game.
It's back in the game. It was in Madden already. I'm not giving you credit for this.
specialized nose tackle and long snapper positions are properly acknowledged.
Right. Long snappers has always been there, but they just categorize them as just another lineman. Now there's a LS on there, and you want massive credit.
That took work.
Football
That
is
took
always
a lot of work, guys. That's why we should let Madden have the exclusive NFL simulation license. That's why, because they provide us services like these.
more
They
fun when
cooked,
Mother
Joe.
Nature
They
becomes
cooked.
a factor. And
It's
new
fucking
football weather
raw.
in Madden
Look at how clean
fucking
everybody
raw.
is. Look, there-
26 will affect gameplay and your gameplay.
your weather is fucking
Extreme
pathetic.
conditions like heavy snow, fog,
But everyone's
rain,
still so
and
clean.
wind will impact visibility.
They
There's-
can't do that
where's-
yet.
where's
That's
the
next
mud?
year. That's next. Joe, what would they have for next year? Why are you trying to take everything away from them? This year we add dynamic weather that has already been in the game before, and we adjust the field depth size and the amount of snow on the field. Next year, though, that's when we really will adjust the dynamic weather and the amount of weather on the field. Oh, but also with dirty uniforms.
Maybe.
Now the uniforms will realistically react to the dynamic weather substitution real-time modeling AI system.
Rewind this a little bit.
Okay.
I want to see this play.
Yes, rewind. This play here, and here
Impact
we go.
visibility.
Rudolph.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just sliding. They are adding, some slipping and sliding. Now, excuse me, I thought that was already in the game. We don't play a lot of heavy weather games as Cowboy fans
tweaked.
in our season, man. I mean, you might play a team that you get a lot of those, but I thought that already happens. And if you're saying, it does happen already, but now it happens even slightly more realistic. You see that 0.25%, change, and then put it on the box. Put it on the box, Joe.
And ball security. With real weather, real data, and real coach and player tendencies.
Because it was fake before.
This looks like the best Madden to date.
No,
And
it's
I
not.
can't
It
wait
seems like the best Madden to date. Bro, all right. You would think that he would say, it is the best Madden to date. And that might be true. Guys, it might be true that Madden 26 is going to be the best Madden to date. But that doesn't mean that you should pre-order it, that you should buy it, that you should encourage EA to be the monopoly, the only NFL simulation game allowed, right? And encourage this shit. Their sales have been dwindling, and this is what they come up with. QB DNA, coach DNA, real weather, and substitutions, and a little bit more control over play art and defensive schemes. Oh, and you added wear and tear from college. You just went down the hall. He said, could we have the wear and tear system? Well, they said, hey, man, we worked really hard on this. And I got to say, nah. And then they
That's
said,
the first one, though.
Well, we're
'Cause
going to
college-
take it anyway
College
because
is on wear and tear too.
because the boss said that we need it. And they said, well, all right, well, it's in the back, just take it. And I hope you fucking implement it poorly, and I hope you
You might.
And I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it. Can't wait for you guys. Like the best Madden to player tendencies. This looks like the best Madden to date. And I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it.
player tendencies.
Just hold off.
Guys,
Wait,
that was
because
a really
honestly,
weak. That was really weak, and I bet you I'm gonna look in the comments here. And oh, they cooked with this one, this and that. This fucking stupid platitudes that it's so easy to mislead people into thinking that you've done a massive rework of the game. All they've done are small little logic tweaks here and there and added 700 new animations, a few new tackle animations, and then they say marketing speak for all of that. And that's the frustrating part that gets me every fucking year. It's built from Sundays because it's the only fucking day. Explosive locomotion. It just sounds like a bunch of marketing garbage to me. They've had player and coach tendencies in the game for literal decades, and they're repackaging it and reselling it to you. This stuff already exists. The star systems, the playbook options, just adding a little bit more and then putting marketing speak on it, it gets players every time. DNA, Joe. Okay. In other news, Benji's marathon has been delayed indefinitely. But yeah, so the real trailer that I'm waiting for is the I've already looked at because I was like, is that it? I was so disappointed. I looked franchise.
Yeah, I want to see the
All
franchise.
details. We can't wait to share more with you in the franchise and presentation deep dive. That I think is where it's going to be. Also. In that hilarious beta list of things that known issues in the beta, presentation known issues, no highlights at halftime.
And they
There's
have
no
this,
issues.
they have the same problem right there. The camera sometimes doesn't track. You know how
Right, the
it's
camera
just staring
sometimes
at the
doesn't track
field?
action properly in the post play or the replays, so the camera's inside the fucking
Yeah,
bar,
or staring
the
at something.
fans
It's like,
are
oh, look at
clipping
this play.
each
It's
other. and
like, I can't.
They still haven't fixed it. It's a known issue. But this is all new Madden, built from the ground up, and presentation. I was like, all right, cool. All right, well, we'll see that deep dive. This was kind of a shitty birthday present. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate
Now
that.
you feel awake? You're welcome.
I do feel awake. My voice a little hoarse, but basically, we're asking you as friends. Now, I know the majority of Angry Joe viewers are already
You already don't do it, but-
already don't do it, and you guys been listening to us for a decade more. But for those who may stumble in here, who are looking at all the coverage of all the other paid influencers, people paid by EA to simply read all of this back to you. Go ahead, watch some of their videos. They literally are reading this stuff word for word to you. All right, enough of that, and then being impressed by it. Is it going to be slightly better than the year before? Well, yeah. If you're working for 11 months and trying to improve things and add to the game, by default, you should make some steps forward. Is it going to be a step forward? Yeah, but by default, we've been through this song and dance 1,000 times. Is it going to be worth the $80?
No.
Is it going to be worth the $90, the $100? The message that you're telling EA and the NFL, yeah, I want this to be the only game that I can purchase with the NFL license. I don't want competition from 2K. I don't want an NFL Fever. I don't want NFL Game Day. I don't want 4 or 5 different companies competing and adding and innovating and adding cribs, first-person football, this and that, all sorts of
At least they
really
tried something.
unique features. Right. I don't want none of that. I only want Madden. And I want Madden to feed me their marketing bullshit every fucking year. If you buy Madden 26, that's what you're telling them. Or if you pre-order and buy and all that shit, that's what you're telling them right now. We have never been closer to freeing the NFL license than today. Do not buy Madden
Just get the college
26.
and then just wait a while.
Right, college.
Just wait.
Let's encourage them. Hey, that license left a long time ago. They went out. They're actually paying players and coaches and shit to get that thing back. That team seems passionate. Does it have issues? Yeah, but that is back. Now it's time to remove the monopoly from Madden, okay? Madden will still exist even if they lose the exclusive license. I guarantee you they're still going to have
Maybe
Madden
they'll try
NFL.
harder now.
And maybe they try harder. So we'll see. My suspicion is this literally was so weak. It was just the same blog that we already read, basically the same video. And I'm just really happy to see the I know this sucks to say, but the views waning on Madden stuff. There was a time where Madden would get millions of views. And look, you got 3,000 views for an hour. That's not tracking well. 15 hours ago, 11,000 views. So, and I've already seen some of the from the other guys, and they're just not there. The interest is down. And good. I hope that this continues.
I'm hopeful.
This continues. Madden 25 sales saw a decrease from previous year. Now, do I think sales going to go up over 25? I actually do. I think it'll be a slight increase, but hopefully not this increase that the NFL is sitting there waiting. Like, get those fucking numbers up, or we're going to let other people use this license too, right? So that's what we're hoping for, guys. Thank you so much for listening, and that's it for this one. We will wait for the presentation and the deep dive, because that's where me and Joe mainly play our games. And God help you if me and Joe cannot play on the same fucking team this year again with our custom team and in our franchise.
I just want that old man
so
face
fucking
again.
Pissed. The old man face.
Hey, dog.
Yeah, we got so many people in here.
Fellas, today we're going
Ring culture, a hot topic.
Fellas, today we're going to be looking at Relentless, a strand high-impact pulse rifle, which is probably the most unique aspect to this pulse rifle, it literally being the only strand high-impact in the game. Both its original version and its current version are the only two strand high-impacts, but this one in particular is loaded down with tons of trait combinations that do make it unique. Now, when looking further at strand pulse rifles, there's actually 5 in total. You've got Aisha's Care from Trials, which is a heavy burst, Belisarius, which is an aggressive that dropped from the comp playlist, Nightshade, which is a lightweight, Different Times, which is a rapid fire frame, and then finally, of course, we have Relentless, which is dropping from Prophecy. Now, I know one of the first things you may be thinking is, well, this is just a high impact, which would mean that it doesn't have the best DPS inside of PvE. And as detailed in update 8.1.5.3's patch notes, for PvP, high impacts have also been nerfed inside of Crucible to essentially bring them in line with some of our other pulse rifles. Keep in mind, at one time, LC's rifle was everywhere, and so was things like No Time to Explain. Now, this update lowered high impacts damage so that it essentially requires 6 crits at any resilience level to get the kill. Now, granted, it's a fast TTK value, but of course, it's very unforgiving. Now, Relentless has seen a lot of changes. It actually started out as a kinetic weapon, and it only changed to strand in Season of the Wish when Prophecy first got its initial refresh. Now that the Prophecy weapons receive both a new origin trait as well as a perk refresh, and the Rite of the Nine version does the same thing, swapping out some old perks for some new ones and adding a second origin trait. Not only that, you can also earn in an adept version and a shiny version. Now, there's been a number of folks concerned about farming for what is essentially tier 3 loot, and what will soon be us living in a tier 5 world, at least once Edge of Fate releases. We actually made an entire video covering the subject, but the reality is that these weapons will still perform well in the new sandbox. But yes, tier 5 weapons will have better stats, and depending on how much enhanced origin traits really tip things, that's really going to be the thing that stands out the most for myself. For me though, it's all about the perk combinations, which takes us to the perks on Relentless. Starting with our third column, we have Keep Away, Tear, Rapid Hits, Slice, Lone Wolf, Firefly. In our fourth column, we have Desperado, Elemental Honing, Hatchling, Headseeker, Closing Time, and Paracausal Affinity. Now, the perks we lost from the original version were things like Outlaw, Snapshot, and Slideways in that third column. Frenzy, Moving Target, and Zip Moment were also lost in that fourth column. Let's start by looking at PvE though. As stated before, Relentless is a strand weapon, and it now has access to many different strand-focused perks. For instance, running Tear or Slice in that third column can provide some pretty great debuffs for higher tier content, giving you the ability to apply Sever to targets, and therefore upping your survivability. Now, Tear says that precision final blows causes nearby targets to become severed, with the enhanced version reducing the cooldown between activations. In all honesty though, the cooldown itself is short enough that you can proc Tear on another precision kill right after the first burst, providing basically no downside in proc time. It's a good perk, but keep in mind that it only procs via kills, unlike Slice. This works similar to Demoralize on our Void weapons. It creates a severing burst in an AoE around the target that then affects the surrounding enemies within 7.5 meters by lowering their damage output by 40%, which lasts for 10 seconds. Now, Slice also provides Sever to enemies, but its proc is a little different. You see, Slice says that casting your class ability will allow this weapon to sever targets on hit for a brief duration. Now, how this works is that upon activating your class ability, whether it's a dodge or your barricade or even laying down a rift, you'll be granted Slice for 8 seconds, even if your weapon is stowed, with the enhanced version increasing that buff duration by 1 second. Now, when you damage non-severed targets, it applies Sever and gives you another stack of Slice and refreshes your buff time. Now, Slice was stacked to a maximum of 5 times before the buff is removed, at which point you'll need to activate your class ability again to begin severing targets once more. Now, what this means is that you can sever a maximum of 5 targets each time you pop your class ability, and it pairs beautifully with Acrobat's dodge and Hunters, as essentially casting your class ability not only allows you to debuff targets that you hit, but it also gives you the damage buff there with Radiant. Now, you can refresh the buff on immune targets, but the buff will not refresh if the shot that severs kills the target. However, this is where you run into an interesting interaction using Slice on this pulse rifle. If you're fighting lower health targets, it's possible to apply Sever, refreshing your ability, but still kill that target in the same burst, which is good if you're trying to refresh your Slice timer, but bad if you don't want to waste Sever procs. And what this really does is highlights the importance of choosing between Slice and Tear based off of what type of engagements you're heading into. If you're dealing with a lot of high health targets that are spread out, then Slice is going to do much better. You pop your class ability and you can apply Sever to a specific target. But if you're dealing with more rank and file ads in confined spaces, then Tear will apply much more Sever across the board. And currently this season, we have several strand artifact mods which will further reward us for utilizing Sever. The Shred Step states that dealing sustained damage to severed targets unravels them. Defeating a severed target creates a hotspot of strand energy, granting woven mail to nearby allies for a short duration. And when boosted, unraveling projectiles deal increased damage. These deal further damage to severed targets. Now this combined with Horde Shuttle, which states that damaging unraveled targets with a weapon occasionally spawns a threadling, and when boosted, threadlings sever targets that they damage, essentially creates a feedback loop of sever, unraveling, and threadlings that can easily clear groups of ads. And that's not even mentioning unraveling orbs and Vile Weave, which introduce tangles into the mix as well. The point is, guys, there's never been a better time to take advantage of strand synergies. Now, something else to keep in mind, along with these strand perks in the third column, we also have Hatchling in the fourth column, which creates a threadling on precision kills or 3 kills within 3 seconds. This is really silent when built into things like Thread of Evolution, which provides your threadlings with 30% faster movement speed, as well as further travel distance, and grants 33% increased damage to combatants. But next we have Firefly. The biggest question, at least on our minds, when we saw that the third column and the fourth column options for Relentless contain both Firefly and Elemental Honing, the question is, do they work together? You see, Firefly states that precision kills with this weapon increases reload speed and causes the target to explode, dealing solar damage to nearby enemies. Now this deals damage in about a 4-meter radius and grants 50 reload speed for 6 seconds when procced, with the enhanced version granting another +5 reload speed, bringing that up to +55. Now the interesting part is that this AoE explosion deals solar damage, but Relentless is a strand weapon, meaning it could be more suited to take advantage of elemental honing. Now how this works is that after dealing damage with different energy types, you're granted a damage buff that increases with each stack. So at 1 stack, you deal 2.5% more damage, 2 stacks, it's 10%, 3 is 20, 4 is 30, and 5 stacks capping out at 35%. Now this bonus is increased for kinetic weapons, but essentially elemental honing lasts for 20 seconds, and the timer refreshes every time you add a stack, but upon reaching 5 stacks, no more refreshes to the timer. You get 20 seconds of 35% increased damage, and then it's back to square one. Now I think a lot of people overlooked this perk when it first dropped, as the idea of dealing damage with all various different energy types is something that your build needs to build into very intentionally. But we have seen this pop up on some of the best weapons in the game currently for damage rotations, whether it's Hezen's Vengeance or Unvoice. These weapons stand out because they can roll elemental honing, and for certain damage rotations, it takes full advantage of that damage buff, giving you some of the best DPS in the game. However, going back to Relentless, the combination of Firefly and elemental honing, when enemies are in close proximity, you do in fact have the ability to proc ×2 elemental honing for that 10% damage boost with just a precision kill. Essentially, where the solar AoE hits another enemy, as you'll be dealing strand damage along with the solar damage from Firefly, this allows you to get the 2-time proc. Now this then only requires you to deal 3 more different damage types to hit that 5 times damage buff, whether that's using your subclass or your other weapons. Now granted, this is a primary weapon, and compared to other damage buffs, you do have to do more work here, but it really isn't as hard as you think. For instance, if you're running a buddy build Prismatic Warlock with Getaway Artist and Bleak Watcher, all you have to do is just hold your grenade button, get 1 precision kill, and boom, you're at 4 stacks. You're essentially getting a free 30% damage buff, and as soon as you throw in a void melee or sprinkle some extra damage with your energy weapon, there you go, you now have 35% more damage, with this lasting for 20 seconds, which is much longer compared to some of our other options. However, if you didn't want to jump through any hoops with elemental honing, you could rock Paracaso Affinity, which says that final blows of energy types matching this weapon's alignment grant increased damage for a short period of time. Light final blows boost arc, solar, and void weapons, and darkness final blows boost stasis and strand weapons. Now kills can be done with any of these energy types to gain this buff. In Relentless's case, you can get a kill with the stasis ability and proc the damage buff, or you could just get a kill with Relentless to proc that 20% buff, which lasts for 6 seconds. Now if you had the enhanced version of the perk, that buff duration would be increased by 1 for a total of 7 seconds. Now another interesting interaction here is that with these 2 perks in Firefly, Firefly's solar AoE damage is actually buffed via these damage perks. Now this was a little difficult to test, as there is AoE damage fall off, but here you can see that we're getting a damage number of 15,047 on some Thrall at the beginning of Grass with Paracaso Affinity and Elemental Honing at ×3, which would match up as the same 20% buff. Now comparing these 2 together, Paracaso Affinity is definitely harder to proc since you need to get a kill with darkness energy. Now it can be from any source, but compared to just damage, it is more work overall. However, kills with the weapon itself do reproc that damage buff and don't require any thinking. Now on the other hand, Elemental Honing can hit that same 20% damage buff just for getting 3 stacks. And then of course you can go beyond that with certain builds that can easily get you the 4 or 5 stacks. So I know some people are going to say, Cross, you're crazy for recommending Elemental Honing on on a primary weapon, but I actually like it here. Yes, we have other perks like Desperado, you've got Hatchling, but I don't know, guys. For me, Element of Honing was pretty nice. Now, this takes us to our origin trait that's found on these weapons. Now, they have all kept their original origin traits, but they also have the ability to swap to a new trait called Gravity Well. Now, if there is one thing Bungie is really cooked with this past season, in my opinion, it's origin traits. They're just good, man. Whether it's the Time Loss origin trait, the Subjugation origin trait, or Gravity Well here, they cook, dude, like straight up S tier. Essentially, though, when you reload with your weapon, it picks up all surrounding ammo within 16 meters. Now, it has to be an actual reload. Things like slide shot, reround rounds, things like that, they don't proc Gravity Well. Now, the other origin trait, which is going to be your PvP origin trait, is crossing over. This says that this weapon has increased range and handling for the top half of the magazine, while rounds from the bottom half of the magazine deal increased damage. And you get various stat bumps, like increased range by +10, as well as handling. That, of course, diminishes the closer you get to half of your magazine. And then into the bottom half of your magazine, you actually get increased damage, going from 1.5% to 3% more damage. Now, some people even prime their weapon down just to get that damage buff. Granted, at the same time, the top half and the increase there in range and handling, it's really nice. Now, with all this being said, how does Relentless hold up to other weapons in its slot? Now, looking at some of our top slot pulse rifles, we of course have our exotics, things like Outbreak, Revision Zero, hell, even No Time to Explain, but we also have other pulses like the Kinetic Adaptive Frame Smiter Moraine, the Lightweight Chattering Bone, and the Heavy Burst Aisha's Care, as well as the Aggressive Frame Blast Furnace. When taking a look at our legendary pulse DPS, we kind of already know where we're going to sit at, as this is a high impact. Starting with our top contender for DPS, that being our Heavy Burst archetype. Things like Aisha's Care sits at 16,068 damage per second. Then we have Lightweights, which sit at 15,673, followed by our Adaptive Frame at 15,402, and Rapid Fires, which sit at 15,147. Coming in behind that is Aggressives at 14,795, and then finally, we have High Impacts at the back of the pack with 13,372 DPS. That's rough, fellas. I'm not gonna lie, man. With it being the slowest firing pulse rifles, this archetype is really held back in the damage department. Granted, Relentless is a strand pulse rifle. It gives us access to Darkness Energy for easy prismatic, and it's got some pretty nice perk combinations. But without a doubt, if I had to sit there and choose between Aisha's Care and Relentless, I'm probably gonna go with Aisha's Care all day long. And that's really where Bungie comes in, because depending on what they do going into this next expansion, that right there is gonna be the deciding factor. So we'll just have to wait and see. Now, as far as Relentless inside of PvP, at one time, I would be like, hell yeah, this is the one, man. And you gotta keep in mind, High Impacts used to be the archetype inside of PvP. But a couple of things have happened since then. Number one, High Impacts have been nerfed. You pretty much have to land all 6 crits. Number two, a little old weapon called Redrix E-Stock decided to show up. Now, even though Redrix has been nerfed multiple times, it's clearly the favorite for many people that want to rock pulse rifles inside of PvP. It's ease of use, it's hip fire accuracy, it's rate of fire. People are just not entertaining High Impacts anymore. And even myself playing with this role right here, which was a lone wolf head seeker role. Even though, yes, it can get the kill in 5 crits 1 body on tier 7 resilience and below, most people are rocking high resilience these days, which meant I always needed to land 6 crits. And 9 times out of 10, it would result in me having to go for a 3 burst, because even just 1 shot missing is enough to extend our time to kill value, throwing us for a loop. There is one thing that you could do with Relentless and crossing over, and that's prime the weapon down to get that damage buff on the bottom half of that magazine. Yes, with Headseeker and crossing over combined, you can get the kill in 5 crits, 1 body, tier 10 resilience, and below. But guys, that's a lot of work. And what's even more important than all of this is whether or not I believe Relentless is the best fill in High Impact. Like, disregard the fact of where it sits mathematically. In my opinion, I just don't think it's that good inside of PvP. Like, if I had to choose a High Impact, I'm probably gonna go with Elsie. But if I had to choose a pulse rifle, even in this day and age, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna choose Redrix. I also don't really like the gun model for Relentless when you're aiming down sights. I feel like you have to almost aim down, if that makes any sense. Even when we reviewed this weapon last year after its refresh, I still felt like I would choose other High Impacts over it even then. So guys, that is our review for Relentless. It's in an archetype that really holds it back. It's been nerfed multiple times and blanket nerfs inside of PvP. Could you get a god roll inside of PvP and PvE? Absolutely. Do it. Fill that vault up. I think for my PvE players, that combination of Slice with Hatchling, Tear, Element of Honing, and Firefly has some unique combinations. For my PvP players, Desperado, Lone Wolf with either Keep Away, Headseeker as another option. These are good trade combinations combinations that is simply being held back by the current archetype that it's in. But I will say, at least for myself, if I had to choose a weapon that I was attuning for, I would definitely be choosing the shotgun over Relentless. Unless Bungie comes out and it's like, yo, high impacts, they're doing terrible inside of PvE, we're giving them a 30% buff. If that's the case, well, all right then. Relentless, here we come. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching. And as always, slap that like button like your mama told you right. Fellas, today
It's that time. It's that time, chat. Who is ready to make some money, chat? I'm gonna be eating it as well, but chat, this is the hot chip challenge. Chat, we got like 30 chips in here, bro. Like, I'm not even trolling. We have around 30 chips in here, chat. Let's get right. I ain't gonna lie, chat. I think today gonna be funny. I think today's gonna be funny, bro. It's that time. Let's do it. You do it? All right, chat. We got our first contestant. Let's go. All right, come on. Let's do it outside. Let's do it outside. Here we go. The first contestant. The pleasure is yours, my guy. Timer starts once you bite it. You gotta like, you have to bite and swallow the whole thing. Nah, you can't do that, bro.
You got this, man.
Do it. Oh, I got it. He did it. He did it. He did it. Oh, he did. He did. He did it. He did it. Wait. No, you gotta swallow. You gotta swallow. You gotta swallow. All right, timer starts right. You swallowed it? He did it, chat. W's in the chat. He did it. Come on. Come on. You ready? Swallow? Okay. 2 minutes start now. 2 minutes starts now. Let's go. Oh my God, he actually did it. Go. Come on. 2 minutes. Come on. You got it, bro. You got this shit. You got this, bro. What's your name?
Alex.
Your name's Alex. You got this, bro. Come on, Alex. Come on, Alex. No, lock in, Alex.
Come on, Alex.
Come on, Alex. Lock in. Lock in, bro. Come on, $300, bro. See, look, it's light work. It's light work. Come on, you at 30 seconds. Only a half a minute. Come on. Lock in, lock in, lock in. You get the milk. You get the milk at 2 minutes. You want chocolate or strawberry? Okay, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna give you strawberry. Not yet though. Not yet. Come on. He get 300. He the first one. Come on, Alex, lock in. Oh shit. One more minute, chat. One more minute. Don't touch your eyes. You're done if you touch your eyes. One more minute. Just breathe. All you gotta do is breathe. Just breathe, bro. You got it. Yo, he's actually taking it super well. He's taking this dumb well. His face turning red. Oh shit. Come on. 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. Let's go. 30 more seconds. Pop the milk for him. Yo, yeah. You can pop it. You can pop it.
How much time?
Don't drink yet. You can't drink yet.
20
You can't drink it yet.
20 seconds.
You got 20 seconds, bro. Just wait 20 seconds.
You got this.
Wait 20 seconds. You got this, bro. Come on, come on.
You got it.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, 15.
Yo, when y'all turn off my stream, bro? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can drink it, you can drink it. Let's go! W Alex, chat. W Alex, bro. Hey, you took that shit like a G, bro. You took that shit like a G, bro. He really did that, chat. He took it like a G.
Yo, the best thing you do is switch it.
Yeah, just like, yeah. Just have it in your mouth. Chat, he took that better than me, bro. He took that better than me. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, can I get next? I'm not trying to
You wanna do it next?
I'm not trying to get next.
Yo, he actually took that better than me. I know. Yo, he took that better than me. W Alex in the fucking chat, bro. W Alex in the fucking chat, dog. W Alex in the chat, bro. Here, hold this. W Alex in the chat, bro. 300 chat, 300 apiece, bro. Hell yeah, bro.
I'm not trying to get on
He the first contestant, bro. I like him, chat, because everybody else was scared, bro.
that shit.
Come on, 300, bro. Here,
Yo, Steve.
give it to him. Here, Peter Bot. Wait, you gonna take his bread?
No, it's not
Oh, yeah.
It's getting worse.
Huh?
It's getting worse.
I know. Just calm down. You got it, though, Alex. W Alex, bro. You good, Alex? You good, bro? You good, chat. W Alex, bro.
Appreciate it. Oh, shit.
That spice got on my fucking eye, dog.
so over.
Damn. That spice got on my eye when I dapped his hand. Shit.
That's crazy.
That spice is deadly. All right, the next contestant, here we go. They all three about to take the hot tip. All right, ready? Let's go.
Cheers.
You up, you go. Oh, I gotta buy it. Timer.
Wait, they ain't swallowed it.
Let me know when y'all swallow. Let me know when y'all swallow.
You took that.
Here we go.
You gotta swallow it, bro.
He swallowed.
He swallowed? Okay, timer starts.
Yo, brace
Timer
yourself,
starts.
brace yourself.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I know that shit, huh?
2 minutes.
Fingers, don't touch your face.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Oh, it's gonna start kicking in a minute. Don't worry. It's gonna start kicking.
And it's gonna get worse after 2
It's gonna get worse. It's about to start kicking. Chad, they trying to act cool, but watch this. They trying to act cool, but watch this. Watch this. Here it comes.
Open this.
It's calm, it's calm.
I ain't gonna lie. He hasn't made a face. Hey, he's good. He might be good.
It's light.
Hey, he might be good, bro.
Yo, your eyes.
Y'all too good. You the one that's fucked up. 1 more minute. 1 minute and 12 seconds. 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Y'all cook, bro.
Let's go.
You got that.
Huh?
Is it really that hot?
Yeah.
It gets bad for 3 minutes. You're gonna have
Turn your brightness, you're gonna start burning. Like,
Oh.
Bro,
What did he say? 1 more minute left. 1 more minute left. Come on.
I was gonna do it and I saw you down over there.
1 more minute left.
I'm little, bro. I'm not that big.
don't open it yet.
You do not do it. You're gonna die.
Don't open it yet.
Don't. No. Yeah. If you want to win a 700, you got to be the last one standing. But y'all have 30 more seconds left. Last one standing gets an extra $500.
Sure.
Last one standing gets an extra $500. Yo, what? He's taking it so good. He's crazy. How y'all taking this that well, bro?
Add a minute to the guy that stands. Trust. Add a minute. This guy's calm.
It depends, bro. What if they all want the $700, bro? Okay, in 9 seconds you can take a drink of the milk, but you won't win the extra $500. You will get $200 though. 0, stop. Okay.
You all got 200.
You all win 200, but if y'all want to be the last one to drink the milk, you get $700.
Yo, I ain't tapping.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he's tapping, bro. I don't think he's tapping.
Yo, drink the milk, bro.
Challenge. Insane spice tolerance.
It's gonna get worse and worse. Little do they know, it's gonna get worse and worse. It gets worse.
Hilarious.
It gets worse. It's getting bad. Look at it. I see it in his face. Chad, I see it in his face, y'all. I see it in his face.
Yo, during the I just took that chip off my hand. Give me no, give me this.
So none of y'all, bro, like I can't be here for the whole stream, bro. Oh, he's giving up. Oh, he ain't giving up. He's not giving up. He's not giving up.
You about to read it straight.
Bro, Chad, how long we gonna be here, bro?
It's gonna be a good. They gonna start.
I look, you think it's starting to wear off. Okay.
Wait, left guy ate half? You ate half of it?
He had the whole thing. Nah, he finished first.
They said left cheated. Oh, he did? Oh, he did? Okay, never mind. Check the chip box. Let me see.
Why are they lying in your name?
Nah, chat, nah. He hit the whole thing. Oh, shit. Y'all gonna keep going, bro. Bro, chat, y'all different, bro.
They feeling it, though.
No way they keep it up like this. This guy's dying, I know.
How are they keeping it up like this, bro? What the hell?
It's low key because you had no pressure. You were by yourself. Yeah, I had zero pressure.
He's still drinking shit.
I'm still drinking something, yeah. Go back out, bro. Back out. I might look bad, but I'm sorry.
Chat, it's been like 3 or 4 minutes, bro. None of them has drunk it yet. It's been around 3 to 4 minutes, bro. It's in a tissue? Bro, chat, he did not cheat.
Alright, it's getting aggressive.
It was in a tissue, so I don't get it on my fingers.
Yeah.
Right. I saw him. He didn't cheat.
He ate it all?
They all ate it.
Yeah, they all ate, okay. What is my chat talking about, Dan? Bro, y'all just gonna... He's not folding. Chat, they actually not folding, bro. They not folding.
It's getting bad.
He turned red, though.
Yeah, you turning red. I think he gonna be the first one to tap out.
It's bad. It's real bad.
Respect us for going as long as you need it.
Dog, this shit, bro, at this point.
Respect all around.
Chat, yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie, bro. One more chip, bro.
That's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck the stomach.
Yeah, I know, yeah, well. It already fucks up your stomach.
You gonna shit later.
Yeah. Like, you literally gonna shit fire when y'all shit.
Yo, I'll do one more for 1,000.
Like, chat,
He's just farming.
bro, none of y'all not folding?
He's actually gonna die.
Chat, none of them folding, bro. Like, I might gotta give them all 500.
Do a double or nothing. Double or nothing?
I might gotta give them all 500, bro.
What's the nothing?
Yeah, for real. That's a shit.
Damn, they actually took that too easy. Damn.
Yeah, it's getting bad.
Yeah, chat. I think I gotta pay them out, chat. Chat, that might be game, y'all.
Might be here all day. I go all day. I'm telling you.
I believe my man on the end.
Yeah, chat.
One in the middle, want you to hurry up. Hurry up, make your decision.
Damn.
It's already wearing off.
It's wearing off? Yeah, chat. That's GG, chat. Damn, they actually just did that easily?
No way. There's no way.
They just give him each 5.
This guy's still like, there's no way.
How? Chat, I guess they all get 500 then. I guess they all get 500, bro. Damn.
GG's crack your chocolate.
Nah. I think they faking, bro.
No, I swear it's wearing off. I swear. Speed, they are faking.
What? They didn't even...
I saw them all eat it, so we're pretty chilling.
This dude didn't even crack a sweat, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to make this shit harder, chat. I don't think they folding, bro. Chat, they not folding, bro. Yeah, chat, they ain't folding, bro. Fuck, bro. Okay, fair play. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on. 500 for you, bro. Yes, sir. 500 for you.
Down to 7, bro.
guy's dying.
Thank you, bro. Damn, bro. They took that too easy. All right, eat the chip in 3, 2, 1, now.
No. Oh, eat it. Eat it.
No, he wiped the season off. It's over. All right, let me know when y'all swallowed. Let me know when y'all swallowed.
I swallowed.
You swallowed?
Yeah, we good.
Okay, 3 minutes is on the clock. 3 minutes is on the clock.
Yo, dab me up.
Yeah. Hell no. No, I'm not dabbing none of y'all fucking chili fingers out. No.
Yo, shit, hot as fuck, bro.
3 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's just pretty fucking. It's pretty fucking hot.
It's fucking hot. Fuck, it's hot. The last group was on.
Nah, the last group was. I don't know how they did it. Huh?
Are we allowed to spit?
Yeah, y'all can spit.
Yeah, like the first guy.
I'm not gonna do any more of that.
So they like, oh, I feel it in my ears. Yeah, I feel my ears too. They like the first guy.
Yo, how you guys do it so easy? I mean, it's hot, but.
Oh my God, your eyes are red. Yeah?
Tearing up.
Oh my God. I think it's starting to kick in.
Always hot. Fuck, always hot. Yo, I last as long as you give me 1,000.
You don't got it?
What?
You got a paper. If I last as long as you give me 1,000.
Bro, no, because I know you're going to last the longest. No.
1,500.
No, bro. No. I don't have enough cash. I don't got enough cash on me right now.
We at Walmart. I can get a PC.
What's the time?
It's real easy.
Yo, it's the hottest thing I've ever eaten.
Chat, what do you guys think? Do I get a PC?
What minute they on?
We're not getting
Y'all on 1 minute and 30 seconds.
You want to hold the milk at least? Want strawberry or chocolate? I don't give a fuck.
I ain't gonna use it.
I'll take whatever, bro. Give me strawberry.
Don't open it yet. Don't open it. Fuck.
Yeah, he's crying, Chay. He's crying.
Did I cry?
He got tears in his eyes.
Yo,
Bro, how the fuck did they do that?
how do they do it? No reaction.
Say hi. Yo, say hi to my mom.
Hey, Mom. Why you got them emojis on your mom? What the fuck?
Don't trip.
What? Hey, yo, tell him to fix your emojis. He got like throwing up emojis on your contact. Like what the hell, bro? That's your mom. He got like the throw up emoji on his mom contact.
Hi, Mom.
The fuck? That's your mom.
What's the time at?
40 seconds. 40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Yo, how are you chilling?
Dude, it's not hot. It's not hot.
It is hot.
Chat, is it hot? Tell me right now if it's hot or not, chat.
I'm chilling.
I need a PC.
I got your Yeezys on, bro, too. Where you matching at, bro?
I ain't wear them today.
Bro, unlucky.
Fuck.
Yo, I got my hands tingling and shit.
Yo, can we call Mr. Beast?
Bro, no, this
Why
ain't.
not?
Bro, you want a
Why
lot of shit,
not?
bro. He want too much shit for a hot chip. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Yeah, I got him.
4, 3, 2, timer. Okay, y'all did it.
We did it?
Yep, y'all did it. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Y'all did it.
Chat.
Yo, it's a hot shot right there.
Hey, can I go extra 10 minutes for $1 million?
What? Bro, they think I'm Mr. Big. Bro, y'all, bro.
You are Mr. Beast.
Y'all tripping, bro.
For Ronaldo.
Oh my God, this makes it so better.
Here.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Bro, chat, everybody doing it, though.
Yo, do you have another chip?
I love you, bro.
Did you just throw up?
No, I spit out the milk. My fault, thank you.
I thought he
Bro, my
threw
nose
up.
is running.
Yo, I need another chip.
On God, if you eat another chip, I'll buy you a game at PC.
Yeah, let's do it right now. Give me another chip. Let's do it.
On
Come
God.
on, chat. Come on, chat. For Ronaldo.
If you eat another chip
Yeah, let's do it right now.
and last 3 minutes,
3 minutes. Let's do it right
I'll
now.
buy you a PC.
Let's do it.
But that's all you getting, though.
That's all right. That's fine. I consent to this challenge.
Yo, bro, like, no. You actually gonna get fucked up, bro.
Now we good?
You sure?
Yeah. Dab me up.
Yo, appreciate
Yo,
you, bro.
Uh-huh.
Yo.
You know, he's shaking. He's shaking.
This
Yo,
He's shaking. You're shaking.
Yeah, it's fucking hot, dog. Dab me up.
Start the timer now. 3 minutes.
Let's go, chat. What up, dog?
3 minutes on the clock.
How you doing,
Oh
man?
my God. He's tripping. Really threw out? He threw out?
Yo, chat.
Bro, you threw out? Damn.
Yo, he can't hang, chat.
Bro, they still fucked up. Yo, you good?
I'm not good, bro.
He throwing up.
Get that shot. What up? No, scoot over. My fault, G.
Oh my.
My fault, dog.
You good?
I'm good, bro.
So we might gotta call the ambulance.
I'm
bro.
chilling, dog. I say we do one
See,
more
I don't
chat.
get people like this, bro.
Chat, do we do
How
one
the
more?
fuck is he just?
What do you say? No. One more for chat.
No, bro.
No, actually, that's it. You're gonna fuck the
I'm good, bro. I don't even have any milk
It
yet.
works. It's okay, bro. You're doing good, bro.
Chat, I don't get people like this, bro. How is he just chilling? Bro, you got 10 seconds. Chat, he did it, bro. He actually did it.
You got PayPal.
What the fuck?
Let's go to Best Buy. Take me to Lambo.
How far is Best Buy from here?
Yo, it's right down there in Sawgrass.
Damn, you actually did it, bro.
For Ronaldo. You do it for Ronaldo.
He did it that easy.
Hey, yo, I hate this guy right now, but I also love him. Thank you for $200.
Bro, he threw up. He threw up. Yo, you want to do this hot chip challenge?
I ain't gonna pay
For money.
Nah, man. All money ain't good money.
Hey, my brother, PC, I'll buy whatever you buy right now if you want to do this.
You know what? No, I can give you my number though, so we can do it another time.
You can't do it right now?
No, I can do another time. I can give you my number though. Like I can give you my number and we can do
Why
it.
can't you do it right now? I'll buy whatever you're trying to buy right now. Whatever's a PC, TV, if you just eat this hot chip, my boy.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, fam. I can't do it, bro.
Yeah, just do it, bro. Just eat.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You wanna do it? All right, bet.
Go ahead.
All right, bet. What you getting?
I'm getting. It's the only way I'm trying to finance, but that little laptop right there.
Yeah, bro. I just said I will buy whatever you're trying to buy.
All right.
You trying to get a laptop?
Yeah, fuck it. Pass me that check, bro.
All right, let's go.
I show speed?
No, dude. What the hell?
Wait, yo.
I'm gonna tell you, mama, you cussing. I'm gonna tell you, mama, you cussing.
Bro, I just told you I'm not speed, bro. I'm not fucking him.
Speed.
I promise you I'm not him, dude.
That's speed.
No, I'm not.
Wait, what?
I'm not. Wait, I already got a contestant, y'all. All right. He gets a $2,000 laptop if he eats the hot chip and lasts for 5 minutes. Let's go. Timer starts when you swallow. Okay, 5 minutes from now, let's go.
What, chocolate or strawberry? I'll take chocolate, bro. I ain't giving it to you. No.
Nah, after 5 minutes. I don't got a phone. Just let me know when it's 5 minutes. Yeah, he got it.
Let's go to 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30, you stop. Chat, he feeling it, y'all. He feeling it. He feeling it, chat.
Alienware PC.
Come on, Alienware PC, bro.
Bro, I need that. You tried to finance. Yo, it's either 12 weeks of $80 or 5 minutes of hot chip. You got this, bro. You got that's only got that light, bro. You got 800 credit score? 700. 700?
Chat, he taking it too good, bro. He's taking it well, y'all. You got around like 3 minutes, bro.
He better be eating these, bro.
Bro, you be eating these on a regular?
Nah, fam, this is my first time.
Damn. He got 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
On my manager's life, I ain't lying, bro. My whole life right now, I ain't lying. I think we do 10 minutes, bro.
Yeah, 10 minutes, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
It's gonna kill me, fam. I ain't gonna lie. I think this is the life.
10 minutes, bro. He taking it too good, dude.
I think you get the good one, bro.
Nah, Chad, I gotta make this shit harder, bro. Fuck it. No.
That's what I'm saying. That's the light one, bro. Make it 6 minutes. Make that some 15 minutes, bro. We'll do 2 on one time. Dude, how much time I got left? Hey, give him another one.
You got.
He's struggling. He just ain't showing it. No, he dead at chilling. Give him another one.
You got like 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. Bro, chat.
Bro, you gave him the light one, bro.
That's the. What do you mean a light one? It's the regular one.
He don't even got a reaction.
He finding some takes, man.
Bro, Chat, he just got a free PC.
Dang.
That easy, bro. And he's not even.
Bro, I'd have dressed better if I knew you was pulling up, bro. That slip hard. That slip hard.
Bro, you dripped out. What are you talking about?
Bro, I got my work shoes on, man. I got my Burger King shoes on.
You got the Miles Morales shit on, bro. That's lit.
You got that shit so close. You work at Burger King? Yeah, I work at Burger King. I got 2 jobs, bro. I got one here. Hey, he got 2 jobs. You should give him 10K.
This whole crowd, what do you do?
Hot chip challenge.
Bro, I eat 2 chips.
Hot chip challenge?
I eat 2 chips.
Huh?
I'll eat 4. I'll eat 5. I'll eat 3. I'll eat 3 at once. I'll eat 4.
That's all it is?
Hey, I'll eat 6. I'm done.
You got 2 more minutes, bro. Yes.
All right, fam. Say that.
Why, you want to do it? I want a girl to do it. You want to do it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm dead at a girl.
Yo.
All right, but I'm going to do you after him. He still got 2 minutes.
Wait, I'm dead at a girl, too.
He
say he classified as a girl. Wait, I'm dead at a girl over here.
You a girl?
Hey, look it up.
He did this shit easily, bro. Bro, Chay, he did this shit easily, bro. Oh my God.
Damn, bro, this wasn't even the. This gotta be the lightest chip, bro. It's crazy, bro.
That's actually crazy, cause this the good chip.
He's finding tanks.
Give him 2 more, bro.
All right, bro, 1 more minute, bro. You got 1 more minute.
Now it's 5 minutes, bro. He gotta lick another one. That's too easy.
Ah, shout out, no, bro. That was too easy, bro. That was way too easy.
You might as well give him the money for free. Yeah, bro, he's fine. For free? Bro, you did the challenge. No, you didn't even have to do it.
He got 30 more seconds, bro. Damn near 40 more seconds. Bro.
That's not that hard, bro. I'll take 3.
What the fuck?
I'll take 3. I look like the I'll take 3.
I should have said 2 chips for a $2,000 PC, bro.
He forgot he ate it.
Right.
I'm trying to forget the fact that I hate it. Yo, my boy from Vietnam, he'll eat 4 of them. Right here. He's from Vietnam. You got that spice in the system. I'll take 3.
Man.
4, 5,
6, 7.
10 more seconds, bro.
Hey, y'all, when we go in, don't come in with us, please. We'll come back out.
Damn, that boy really did the challenge.
GG's, bro. All right. Come on, bro. Let's get your PC, bro. Let's get your PC. Damn, bro. You did that shit easily as fuck, bro.
I've needed spicy shit a year. This is my first time back, bro. First time back.
He just got, man, god damn it. He did that shit way too easily, bro. All right, bro. Go pick out your PC. You got 3 things?
No, it was, I got the 2-year warranty. He said, what, Bob?
Yeah.
I said, do you want to do finger or order pickup? Order pickup, and I'll send it here. You just come back into the store and pick it up.
Yeah. Congratulations, bro.
Yes, sir.
2-year warranty with the PC.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you know what
How can you make a claim for Season 5 of Samurai Jack being awful and not follow up? It's easily the best season of the series. You know what, Daisy? That's fair. Normally when I talk about a show deteriorating, it's either down to seasonal rot or the production team going under major changes. But Samurai Jack was a show that was consistently high quality in its original run. And then at the start of Season 5, over 10 years later, it arguably gave us some of the best episodes in the entire series. And then it just went down the absolute toilet.
This is terrible. Really? Yes, quite terrible.
I don't think I've ever experienced so much emotional whiplash in a single season of a show. Maybe Game of Thrones Season 8, but to be fair, that had been dwindling for a while, so at least it gave me time to lube up and stretch.
You want a good girl, but you need a bad pussy.
Whereas Samurai Jack just disrespectfully thrusted itself into my being while I was still sipping tea. Samurai Jack, for the 3 of you who are unaware, was a cartoon series which aired on Cartoon Network in 2001. Created by animator legend Genndy Tartakovsky, who you may recognize as the creator of Dexter's Laboratory, the producer of the animated Star Wars Clone Wars series, as well as assisting on other acclaimed shows such as the Powerpuff Girls and Batman the Animated Series. One of the trademarks of Gendy's style would be his fast-paced action sequences, often utilizing little to no dialogue, whilst presenting us with some striking visuals. And although I don't think he would truly lean into this until years later in his career, you can still see elements of this way back in the Powerpuff Girls. A show that was typically very soft and colourful in design would occasionally shift to a more striking, high contrast look. And wouldn't you know it, the episodes featuring these kind of striking designs would often have Gendy's name in the credits. And even way back in the Dexter's Lab film finale, you could see Gendy was really beginning to lean into this style, as the film had a much darker and more angular style than the rest of the series had previously given us. And so when Gendy finished work on Dexter's Lab in 1999, he would go on to develop another new show, Samurai Jack, which would focus around a samurai warrior named Jack who was sent into the future by an evil demon named Aku. In this future, Aku now rules the world, and so Jack is constantly fighting off his minions as he desperately tries to find a time portal in order to return back to the past. For a series that was airing on Cartoon Network, the show was actually pretty violent, with enemies constantly getting stabbed, hacked, and sliced into pieces. But the show managed to get away with this on the specific condition that all of the enemies had to be robots. So yeah, don't worry kids, that's not blood and ligaments you're seeing there, it's just cable and oil. Kinda like in the N64 game Carmageddon, which in the UK changed itself from running over people to running over zombies. Like, look, you see, it's green blood now, it's fine. Hell, even the cows are now zombies. Or better yet, with Germany, where they actually did convert the people into robots. And it was with Samurai Jack that Gendy really started to lean into his new style, with intense action, stylized shots, and minimal use of dialogue. As despite all the savage action in Samurai Jack, there were also a lot of moments of just silence. And although the vast majority of the episodes were episodic, there was still the overarching narrative of whether Jack will eventually find his way back home, as quite often he will get pretty close, but is always foiled towards the end of the episode. And I, as a child at the time, was absolutely hooked on this show, and would be tuning in every day to see if this would be the moment that Jack finally makes it back. And for all you youngins out there, you don't know the pain of trying to watch a television series before the days of the internet. Like, there was no way for you just to log onto the computer and watch the episodes online. Heck, you couldn't even check to see the episodes list to see what the final episode actually was. Not to mention that these episodes were numbered using Roman numerals, so I didn't even know which number I was watching. Like, sure, I knew the numerals up to 10, but when it's like XLVI, the hell does that mean? Dad, do you know? Oh, you're still out getting cigarettes. So, I kid you not, I went to my school's local library, I picked up a book, and I wrote down the Roman numerals on a piece of paper, noted the episode number, and then would check it off one by one. And that way I could also get to see if I was getting close to the show's ending. Like, oh hey, this is episode XLI. Golly gee whiz, this is even further than episode XXXIX. This could be the finale. Yeah, Bart learnt his Roman numerals from the Rocky films, I learnt mine from Samurai Jack. All of this hype was even further fueled by my best friend at the time called Louis, who claimed that he had actually seen the final episode when on holiday in America. Yeah, Louis was that kind of a kid. Oh hey, did you see the episode of Wacky Races where Dick Dastardly wins? I did. Oh hey, did you see the film where Godzilla fights Mecha Anguirus? I did. Oh hey, did you manage to catch Mew by searching around the truck for hours in Pokemon Blue? Huh, I did. Yeah, whatever you do in life folks, don't be a Louis. And so every day I'd make sure to tune into Samurai Jack on Cartoon Network, meticulously checking off each and every episode that would be presented my way. And though I started off with hope and optimism, that would soon begin to diminish, as weeks would pass and I would increasingly find myself watching repeats of previous episodes. Eventually I just gave up on the whole thing, still tuning in every now and then just to check, but to no avail. It wouldn't be until several years later where I was just randomly sitting at my desk and thought, oh yeah, Samurai Jack, and decided to look up the episodes list online, scrolling down to find that the last episode was episode LII, Jack and the Baby. And I was thinking, wait, what? But I remember that episode. It was just Jack finding a lone baby and trying to return it to its parents. There was no epic battle with Aku. In fact, Aku isn't even featured in this episode. Did Jack defeat him in a prior one? Then why was he still in the dystopian future? What was going on? And then even when the episode ends, Jack returns the child to its parents and then just walks off into the distance. Huh? This can't be the ending, right? I mean, they wouldn't just leave a show like this hanging. I mean, Louis said he had seen the episode where Jack defeats Aku and makes it back home again. Louis wouldn't have lied, right? Right?
Hey, wait a minute, what happened? What happens next? Come on, let's see the next episode!
So as season 4 was in production, there was uncertainty about what the future would be for Samurai Jack. Cartoon Network was going through a transitional period at the time, and so no one was really sure if Samurai Jack was going to get the green light for a 5th season. According to Gendy, the team did ask themselves if they were going to give it a conclusion, but ultimately decided no, as they didn't want the ending to feel rushed. Which, to be fair, as much as it annoyed me as a fan, I do respect that. And I think trying to botch together a forced ending at the last second would have felt clunky and unsatisfying.
Coming close to the 4th season, we're like, are we going to finish it? And I didn't know, the network didn't know, they were going through a lot of transitions also. And so I decided, you know, I don't want to rush and finish the whole story. And so we just left it like there is no conclusion, and it was just like another episode. You know, the fifth episode 52 was completely uneventful.
But I still couldn't help but feel an emptiness inside of me. All that effort I'd gone to, all the wonder I had at just how the epic battle would have played out, it was all for nothing. And worst of all, it meant that Louis had lied to me. By this point, I wasn't really friends with Louis anymore, and hadn't spoken to him in a long time. But on the off chance that you're watching this video, Louis, I just want to say, fuck you. But all hope was not lost, as it had been announced that a Samurai Jack film was in development, and was going to act as the conclusion to the series.
That's good.
It was also talked about that this film would be live action.
That's bad.
Yeah, Cartoon Network's live action films have never really had the best reputation, and I think something that is so artistically distinctive like Samurai Jack could never fully translate into live action. Thankfully, this idea was soon abandoned, with even Gendy himself seemingly showing some relief from that. Quote, "I have a very strong idea for Jack, and I want to stay faithful to it. In Hollywood, the first thing people want to do is change things, and so the best thing happened to it. It died." Then in 2007, it was announced by Frederator Films that they would be developing a Samurai Jack film, and most crucially, it would be animated. Yet despite Gendy's optimism for the film, sadly production never really materialized, and so the whole thing just kind of fell through. So once again, it looked like any hope of giving the series its conclusion had fallen by the wayside, and with the more time that passed, it only seemed ever more unlikely that we would ever get it. That was, however, until... In 2015, we get an announcement, the announcement that we have all been waiting for. Samurai Jack would be returning to conclude the series, and it was not just going to be one film, but an entire season, and it would have Gendy producing it, and it was going to be featured on Adult Swim to allow for a much darker telling of the story. Holy shit, this is quite literally a dream come true for the fans. Over 10 years since the original series ended, and we were finally going to see Jack get the send-off he deserved. I'm telling you, as Samurai Jack fans, we were Samurai Jacking off that day. But in the same respect, there was also some cautious optimism. After all, it had been over 10 years since Gendy had worked on the show. Would he still have that same touch? The animation industry itself had also moved on from traditional cell animation over to digital computers. Would it still have the same striking aesthetic? And with other classic Cartoon Network show reboots at the time being questionable, let's say, it was understandable that the feeling was to be a little skeptical. And I'll be completely honest, some of the teasers leading up to it were leaving me a little concerned too. Nevertheless, I awaited with bated breath as the first episode began to air, and it was glorious. First thing we notice is that Jack's appearance looks different, but a good different, as this was a design that was kind of foreshadowed in the Guardian Portal episode from the original series. Right off the bat, we are treated to an awesome action scene, which felt like it was straight from the original series. The music, the animation, the action, the style, it was all looking so perfect. But there was also some new stuff too. Jack is now wearing battle armor, he has a Batman style motorbike, he's using guns, where's his iconic sword? But most strangely of all is that he now has a beard. And you know what? I was fine with all of this. In the show's opening, which is awesome by the way, it has a much darker and more desperate feel to it.
Hope is lost.
Compared to the upbeat action one from the original series. We are told that 50 years has passed since the original series, yet for some reason Jack has not aged, and in that time he has continued to fight Aku's army, and has kept trying to find his way back home. So it would make sense that Jack would have made some changes in that time, improving his armor, his weapons, and his gadgets in order to better fight off Aku's forces, and that the beard growth represents his deterioration. He's not looking after himself, he doesn't take care of his appearance, he is a worn out man on the verge of breaking. Jack is clearly exhausted from all the fighting, and has gotten himself such a reputation that villains are killing people just to try and bait him out.
What took you so long? I decimated this village days ago. Just for you.
But in the same respect, he can't just switch off, as even in moments of peace, he is haunted by voices from the past and visions of death, scorning him for not being able to find a way back home, and that the blood is soaked on his hands.
Everything is burning. You've forgotten your purpose.
Forcing Jack, despite his exhaustion, to relentlessly keep fighting, to keep searching for a way back. There's a moment in episode 1 where Jack notices some signs of destruction, and initially he actually ignores it, only to then get haunted by the spirits of the past, and so he reluctantly goes back to hell. It seems that Samurai Jack has samurai cracked.
Please, no, you must understand. That samurai has gone buku cuckoo.
Things seem to have also changed for Aku, as he has not been sighted for some time, yet now has these dedicated followers who have produced 7 daughters and have been training them up for the sole purpose of killing Jack. Overall, this was a fantastic first episode into the series. It gave longtime fans that reassurance of familiarity, but also provided enough context and background for any new fans tuning in for the first time. The animation, despite it now being digital, has translated over really well, and we still very much have that Gendy style present. The music is also up to a high standard, and there are going to be several tracks in particular I'll talk about later, which really elevate certain scenes. The episode also presented some interesting questions for the rest of the season, like where is Aku? Where is Jack's sword? Why has Jack stopped aging? Who is this mysterious samurai? How will Jack deal with the 7 daughters? And more importantly, how will Jack even deal with himself? Episode 2 opens up with Aku? Which I did find a little jarring, considering that the first episode built up this great mystery as to why Aku had disappeared for so long. I wasn't really expecting to see him on screen until at least the midway point in the series. It's also worth pointing out that Aku would now have a new voice actor, as the previous voice actor, Mako Iwamatsu, passed away in 2006. Aku is arguably the best character in the whole of the Samurai Jack series, and part of that is down to the brilliant voice acting that Mako provided him, able to strike the perfect balance of being a menacing threat to also that of a more comedic goofball.
Yes, child. Share your thoughts on the tales of Aku.
And so when the team came to recasting Aku, there was thought about whether to have someone try and copy the old voice, or to give Aku a different voice entirely.
I thought about first changing his voice to something completely different, but Aku is so special and his voice was such a part of it, I didn't want to kind of reboot it.
The team decided to opt for the impression route, and yeah, I agree with this one. As Aku was such an iconic character, I couldn't really picture him with a different voice. Aku would now be voiced by Greg Baldwin, and though I don't think anyone can beat Mako's original portrayal, I think Greg did a pretty solid job.
You might have beaten me now, but I will destroy you in the future.
You might have beaten me now, but I will destroy you in the future.
Do not worry, Samurai. You will see me again. But next time you will not be so fortunate.
Do not worry, Samurai. You will see me again, but next time you will not be so fortunate.
Aku himself also seems to be going through some difficulties, as he initially thought that he'd be able to wait out the samurai until he died naturally of old age. But due to Jack being seemingly immortal, Aku has remained in hiding.
Well, I just assumed that eventually, over time, he would just die!
We get more insight into Jack's mind, as it seems he has formed an alter ego personality, who torments him, telling him the situation is worthless, and that he should just end it all.
Aren't you tired? Wouldn't it be great to be free of all of this?
Jack is then attacked by the daughters of Aku, but he has yet to realize who they are, and though they have him seemingly beat, Jack reassures himself that they are only machines, just like the countless ones Aku has sent time and time and again, and the ones that Jack has always managed to beat. He tells himself he will find a way to defeat them.
It always seems bad at first, but then I find a way.
This episode takes everything from the first episode and just improves upon it in every way. We have great action, intense music, some beautiful stylistic shots, along with some really dark and thought-provoking dialogue. Unlike the first episode where Jack is shown to be in full control, here he is clearly the underdog, and spends much more time running in fear from the mysterious foes, really giving this episode much more of a horror vibe than an action one. All the while there's a B-plot going on, which features a lone wolf facing a gruesome battle against a group of tigers. And yeah, I do mean gruesome. The highlight from this episode definitely has to be the scene where Aku's daughters are searching for Jack in the tomb. The lighting, the tension, and my god, that music. It is just perfection. This all accumulates with Jack fighting with one of the daughters, where after besting one in a fight, he suddenly learns the truth. The mysterious beings that have been chasing him haven't been robots at all, but rather humans. One that he has now just murdered. That last thread of sanity he was able to cling to, that last means of cope he had left in him, has now all gone. A wounded Jack then staggers from the ruins and plunges into the river below, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. We then cut back to the wolf, who has also seemingly beaten the group of tigers, but lies bloodied and motionless. Man, what an episode, and what a fantastic start to the end of the series. We have gone from a great introduction episode to a near perfect addition in episode 2. It appeared that all doubts about this final season had been misplaced, and all that prior concern had now been turned into ambition, and Samurai Jack may indeed get the send-off that we had all hoped for, perhaps even better than what the original series could have ever achieved. But little did we know, the cracks would soon begin to form. Episode 3 opens with a wounded Jack floating down the river. How he hasn't bled out at this point, I have no idea. Eventually he manages to crawl up on land and seek shelter in a cave, where he is able to pull the dagger from his wound. Really making the most of the Adult Swim rating there, eh guys? But it's not just the wound that is bothering Jack, as the experience of having now killed a human being is playing on his mind. Jack is once again tormented by his alter ego, and I just love the art style and expressions we get from him.
This was the first human being. Real flesh and blood.
Whilst in the cave, Jack is visited by another creature, which turns out to be the wolf we saw in the previous episode. The wolf, oddly enough, rather than see Jack as a threat or source of food, instead takes care of him, bringing him food and providing him warmth. It's never really explained why this wolf decided to care for Jack, but going on how their stories were shown parallel to one another in the previous episode, I guess we just assumed that both saw familiarity in one another and so have a mutual respect. Once healed up, both give each other one final glance before parting ways forever. Cool, I guess. So, you ever have furries back in your time, Jack? It's a person who finds enthusiasm.
Hey, what is going on?
In anthropomorphic creatures. Or animals. Some like the animal part more than the human part. Well, see you later, Jack. During his time recovering in the cave, Jack would also have flashbacks to his childhood, a moment where he witnessed his father cut down a bunch of men who were threatening their lives. From this, Jack sees that his father gave the men a choice, to leave and live, or to fight and die.
I will give you a new choice. Leave now and live, or stay and face your destiny.
And for that, his father doesn't hold any guilt for what happened. Meanwhile, the daughters of Aku eventually manage to track Jack down, so Jack also presents them with the same choice.
Leave here now and live, or stay and face your destiny.
They choose to fight, and so a battle commences, where Jack not only manages to kill one, not two, but 5 of the remaining 6 daughters. And at the end of the episode, him and the last remaining daughter both plunge into the snowy field below. Still an overall good episode, but it did start to raise concerns. For the good stuff, I thought the stylization was on point here, as we get a lot of visually striking shots, and the battle at the end has some nice animation with an awesome musical score to accompany it. There's also an interesting scene in this episode where the daughters of Aku spot a deer in the woods. Having never seen the outside world before, the girls are curious by it, and when a larger deer shows up, they expect it to devour the smaller one, and are confused when it instead shows affection.
What are they doing? I don't know.
As nice as this scene is, my mind jumped to the possibility that they would start mating, and the girls would have no idea what is going on.
Zookeeper! Zookeeper! Those two monkeys are killing each other! They're having sex. Oh?
But what concerned me with this episode is just how fast things seem to be progressing. Jack's trauma with how he just took a life is resolved incredibly quickly. He had 2 flashbacks, both of which are about 30 seconds long, and the conclusion is, yeah, well, they chose this path, therefore it's okay to kill them. It also seems a bit contrived that for such a traumatic event in his life, it's only now that he happens to remember it from his childhood. I really thought that this would be serving as a huge mental block throughout the season, and in doing so, would make the daughters of Aku a more dangerous threat, as he is simply unable to muster the willpower to truly fight back at them. And speaking of the daughters of Aku, I guess they're gone now? Yeah, that huge threat that was introduced in episode 1 and built upon in episode 2, they're now taken care of, and in the span of a 3-minute battle. Despite some minor concerns, I was still not giving up on my ambition. Perhaps the show still had bigger things planned in mind, as there was still some bigger mysteries left unanswered. So although a little rocked, I still had confidence in the show's capabilities, and drifted onwards. Episode 4, actually has a really strong opening. As Jack awakes in the snow below, he sees the deceased bodies of one of the daughters, where he is then tormented by the crows. Not only a pretty chilling scene, but still showing Jack's internal struggle. It's just too bad that this is never brought up again. It also turns out that one of the daughters still lives, and after a bit of a struggle, Jack manages to subdue her. Soon after, the pair are swallowed alive by some gigantic sand snowworm thing, and so need to find a way to escape. Jack is convinced he may be able to show this daughter of Aku, named Ashi, the truth about the situation, and how it is Aku who is actually the evil one. This is how the entire episode plays out, and the first thing I notice is that despite the dark opening, the majority of this episode actually has a lighter and more comedic tone than what we've seen so far, with one of the more iconic moments of the series being the scene where Jack is picking needles out of himself and Ashi. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, as having a more light-hearted episode can complement an overall dark show, in the same way a dark episode can complement an overall light-hearted show. But for a man who was meant to be on the verge of breaking, consistently being tortured by visions from the past, it did feel a little bit too much of a tonal whiplash when he's smiling and making quips.
Look hideous.
From you, hideous is quite acceptable. Thank you.
But there are some things to like here, such as the creativity with the colour palette and the designs of the creatures inside the monster. Plus it does show Jack's good nature, as he realises how Ashi has been misled her whole life, so despite her trying to kill him throughout the episode, he's willing to save her and give her a chance. The episode ends with the two escaping the monster and winding up on a desert island. Finally free, Ashi is about to strike Jack from behind, but suddenly stops in her tracks because he's kind to a ladybird. Alright, a few things to unpack here. So the reason Ashi is shocked by this is because she remembers back to when she was a child, she was also fond of a ladybird, but is told off by her mother as ladybirds are not part of Aku's order. No. So I get what they were trying to do here, but it doesn't work. Because at this stage, Ashi is still heavily brainwashed in the ideology that Aku is the force of good. So if ladybirds are not a part of Aku's order, then they must theoretically be evil. So Jack choosing not to kill it still shouldn't change the narrative in her head. And you might argue, oh but Steve, she's been seeing how good Jack was throughout the episode, so it's not a shock that she now doesn't want to kill him. And I'd argue against that, as all throughout the episode, she has been trying to sabotage him and get him killed, and literally seconds before the ladybird, she was still fully ready to kill him. You've got to remember that she has been told her entire life that Jack is the bad guy, and that anything he says would be full of lies and deceit. And yeah, perhaps in time she would realise the truth, but not in the span of 5 seconds. This would be like you as a soldier, having Hitler in your sights, but before pulling the trigger, you see him pet a dog, and immediately think, oh wow, yeah, he looks like he's a decent bloke, maybe I won't shoot him after all. Moving on, episode 5 opens with an army setting their sights onto Aku's castle, with the Scotsman returning from the original series. For those who didn't watch the original series, the Scotsman was a recurring character who initially started off as a rival to Jack, but the two soon quickly became friends. He was a complete contrast to Jack's quiet and calm nature, which made for some great chemistry whenever they were on screen together. And he also got some of the best quotes in the entire show.
Milk drinking, soy face, show pit, limb sniveling worm.
So it was really awesome to see him back again in season 5.
Why did you go cry to your mama?
Oh, honestly though, this opening segment is actually pretty sweet, and it feels like something that was lifted straight from the original series, and we get to see the sheer power of Aku in action, as he wipes out an entire army with ease. Oh, and hey, look, it seems like the Scotsman is back as a ghost or something. Thanks to, what was it again?
Celtic magic.
Of course. Now, don't get me wrong, it's cool that he's still in the show, but I feel like the death was only done as an excuse to bring him back to his original design. And honestly, I actually really like his age design. The fact that he's now wheelchair bound but has a freaking Gatling gun as a leg is so within his character, and I think it's a shame that they dropped this so quickly. We cut back to Jack and Archie, who have managed to escape the islands thanks to a sea dragon creature. The next day, Jack shows Archie the destruction that a coup has caused upon the Earth, along with the crooked systems that are enforced by his city.
It is occupied.
Is that a problem for you?
No.
They come across an injured blue guy, who tells them that all the children from their village were taken to a nearby factory, and so the two go on a rescue mission to bring them back. During this mission, the two split up, and Archie gets captured by a guard. The way the guard just starts randomly stating out loud, "Oh hey, look at that samurai, still so righteous that he can't hurt innocent people, haha. It's a good thing that we were able to control those kids against them, haha. Kids are so easily to manipulate, right? Haha." Yeah, real subtle dialogue there, guys. So now that she's heard all the dialogue the plot requires her to, Ashley can now miraculously break free from her restraints and restore the children back to normal. When Jack sees the kids get reverted, he mistakenly believes they have all died in the process, and once again envisions the mysterious samurai on the horse, where the two now walk off together. Overall, I do think this was a pretty solid episode, but I still think the story beats are progressing a little bit too fast. Archie has gone from wanting to kill Jack in the previous episode to now buddying up with him to take down Aku's forces. She has literally just had her entire world's ideology turned on its head, so should be having an existential crisis of some sort. Not to mention all this is happening in the outside world that she's never experienced before, yet she seems completely comfortable in it. I'm going to expand more about this later on and how it could have been handled better, but for now, let's move on to episode 6. Episode 6 opens with Archie trying to find Jack. Again, considering she has no idea how anything in this world is supposed to work, with no money or connections to help her, she's doing a very good job at traversing it. She meets with two strangers, who for keen-eyed viewers will recognise them from the original series. And this episode in particular I like to refer to as the DiCaprio episode, because this episode is chock full of references from the original series, as Archie ventures through the land and encounters several characters that Jack has once saved. And so quite often I would find myself getting excited and pointing towards the screen, just like the DiCaprio gif. Oh look, Popeye. And I think Archie going through the world and hearing about Jack from other people should have been how she was convinced that he was in fact the hero after all. Perhaps after both of them escape the island, Archie decides to leave Jack and explore the new world around her, as she tries to gather herself after hearing everything she was told could have been a potential lie, and in doing so, encounters people from Jack's past, who tell her tales about how he rescued them. This would be a much more reasonable pace for her to slowly come around. In this episode, it also turns out that the black outfit she was wearing wasn't actually an outfit at all, but rather hot coals burnt onto her skin. Okay, so has she just been running around nude this entire time? That makes some of these shots feel a little bit more questionable. Also, how did she not freeze to death earlier on? Either way, she now removes this coal layer and restylizes herself with a plant garment. Then there's a B-plot of Scaramouche from the first episode trying to get back to Aku to tell him about how Jack has lost his sword. Not really much to say about this, as it's just there for comedy, though one thing I found interesting was on the streaming site I was watching this series, the line where Scaramouche refers to a guy looking like a penis has been cut.
Whoa, what a freak. Looked like a talking penis.
Yeah, we can have animals getting ripped to shreds and have young girls getting their throats slit, but Christ help us if a character refers to someone as genitalia. Good old UK censorship. Archie then eventually finds Jack, who is about to unlife himself, but she gives him a speech about why he shouldn't do it, telling him all the stories she heard about him, how the people idolize him, and how his kindness has given her a second chance at life. And this is a nice speech and all, but what kind of irritates me is that Jack doesn't seem convinced until she mentions that the recent children didn't actually die.
No! The children! They're alive! You saved them!
Now I know that was the moment that finally led him to giving in to his demons, but of all the stuff she was saying about the positive impact he's made upon the world, and it's the recent incident with the children that convinces him not to go through with it, of all the reasons, that one felt the most trivial. But hey, Jack is saved, he defeats his Sudoku demon, and now decides it is time to go find his sword, where the episode ends. Episode 7 opens up on a flashback. As Jack is continuing to hunt down his last remaining time portals, he manages to come across one, but before he can get through, Aku destroys it, and begins to torment him. This causes Jack to snap, and he violently lunges at Aku, but before Aku leaves, he summons 3 beasts to take Jack down. Jack manages to kill the beasts, before realizing that it was the 3 little lambs he had befriended earlier. It was this incident that causes Jack to lose his sword. We cut back to present day where Jack and Archie are returning to the same location to try and find it. After having no luck finding the sword, Jack realizes that the reason the sword cannot be found is because the sword has left him, perhaps deeming him unworthy due to his now enraged soul and the blood that got spilt as a result of it. So in order to reunite with the sword, Jack needs to find peace within himself, and so begins meditating on top of the mountain. In his mind, he ventures to a small house, where a monk asks Jack to come in and make some tea, in which he does, in a very long, yet also satisfying sequence. There's also a B-plot with Archie trying to fend off an army which is trying to kill Jack, which he does so very easily. I don't think this B-plot served much purpose, other than trying to give the episode a bit more action. And to be fair, it does give a lot of that, with the most gore and death we've seen yet, which is kind of funny given one of the quotes from Gendy given in an interview with Adult Swim.
And so I didn't want to go like full on, you know, heads getting chopped off, blood splurting everywhere.
But I do actually think the chaotic bloodbath of the B-plot contrasts nicely with the soft, spiritual tea-making of the A-plot. And I think this is a great episode which showcases Gendy's strengths in both his intense action scenes to the silent and still ones. After Archie has defeated the Orc army, she still has one more opponent to defeat, and that is her mother. Now I thought this was going to be a huge character moment. Maybe Archie would begin to question her loyalties to Jack, maybe the mother would begin questioning hers, maybe we'd get some backstory on why the group of women had so much hatred towards Jack in the first place. But no, it's simply, Archie, kill the samurai. No, mother, he is good, not evil. Okay, fine, then you shall both die. And then the mother dies. And that's it. Okay, cool. I'm glad that entire plotline has now been resolved. So back to plot A. Jack presents his tea to the monk, who gives the best response ever.
This is terrible. Really? Yes, quite terrible.
He explains that although the tea has all the necessary ingredients, it lacks the most important one, balance. Hey, that's pretty much my review of this season. This guy should do YouTube. Jack's alter ego appears and demands that the monk tell him where the sword is. Jack realizes it's his internal anger that is keeping him from the sword, and so finally defeats his alter ego. Jack is then confronted by the gods, who now deem him worthy, not only restoring his sword, but also his physical appearance. I am conflicted on this. On one hand, I do appreciate how this is seen as a callback to the original series where we see Jack's father being gifted the swords by the gods, and so I think it's quite fitting that Jack is now also being gifted the sword in the same manner. But I'm not so much a fan of the sword simply restoring him back to his classic design from the original series. I get that it's meant to show that he is now being restored within himself, and so is back to his former glory, but I would have rathered instead of simply reverting him back to his classic design, he now took on a new look altogether, one that maybe shows he has not only pulled himself out of this mental rut, but has emerged as someone stronger. Maybe similar to that design we saw foreshadowed back in the original series? Because as of now, it doesn't feel like Jack has really evolved as a character, but rather he is just simply reverting back to his former self. So we're practically picking up where we left off in the classic series. And I get it. The writers wanted to tell a story about Jack redeeming himself, but people in real life who have gone through traumatic events, you don't simply just heal the pain away. It's always going to be a part of you. But the lessons you learned from the pain and the challenges it made you go through are what make you into a stronger person. Heck, even Wendell and Wild understood this, as when Kat defeats her inner demon, she doesn't destroy it completely, and a small part of it still exists within her. And even when Jack's father is restored by the gods, he is not simply given his old armor back, but receives an upgraded, more powerful version, showing he is now stronger than ever before. Maybe that's just me, but feel free to let me know your thoughts on this one in the comments. But hey, Jack now has his sword, and so now it's onwards to find Aku. There's also one thing I've noticed with this season, and I didn't really know where to put it in the video, so I'm just going to put it here. And that's the inconsistency of Samurai Jack's skin tone. In the original series, Jack had a yellowish tone to his skin, whereas in this season, he pretty much looks like a white guy. I thought maybe the crew were worried that depicting Jack with the original tone could be considered a stereotype of Asians, but his parents still contain their original designs, so I don't think it could be that. And wow, look at these background characters. Then I thought maybe it was something to do with Jack's aging in the future, as he still seems to have his classic skin tone in the flashbacks, but not as a child. And then as the episodes go on, the skin flip-flops between yellowish skin to pinkish skin. I mean, hell, in one scene in episode 9, Jack's skin tone changes right in the very next shot. This used to be an issue in some of the older cartoons, as shows would be using paint to colour the cells, and sometimes paint mixes wouldn't be available, or because the film quality had diminished, colours would sometimes get a bit washed. But this series is doing everything digitally. So yeah, got no idea on that one. If anyone in the comments has some insight, please do let me know. Anyway, moving on. The episode opens with Jack and Ashi shopping at a local market in the desert. Jack tries some of the food and has his head temporarily turned into a fish.
Please, have some.
No, thank you.
Jack and Ashi are awkwardly getting squeezed close together on a ride, and they can't seem to hold the pole without touching each other's hands.
That was quite humorous, the way we were trying to grab the pole, but our hands kept touching.
And then Ashi gets poked by Jack's sword.
Oh, something's poking me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And this is where we get into the biggest issue of the season, and that's the forced romance between Jack and Ashi. So as this season was originally airing, I was following the online discussions people were having on it. One common thread that began to grow was that of Jack and Ashi, and whether they should or would end up together. This would cause quite a bipolar response amongst the fans, with some rooting for Team Jashi and others not, as they saw it as more of a mentor and student type relationship. As you can probably guess, I was in the latter camp. And my reasons for this is that because first up, if they did end up together, it would be incredibly weird. Because let's remember that Jack is now at least over 50 years old.
50 years have passed.
And though Ashi's age is never officially given to us in the show, from her design we can assume that she's quite young. And for the show's benefit, I'm going to assume that she's at least an adult. So let's guess around the age of 18 to 25 years old. That's quite the age gap. And it makes me wonder if this was the reason the show decided to revert Jack back to his younger looking self, so that it would make the romance between them feel a little less creepy. As I can't help but feel that if Jack actually looked his age, and was some kind of grey-haired, toothless old man, nowhere near as many people would be on board with this shipping. Not to mention that Ashi was a brainwashed child who had gone through an incredibly violent upbringing, where she was subjected to many instances of torture, whilst being completely shut off from the outside world. She would be mentally fucked. And the man she's fallen in love with, she literally wanted to kill just days ago. Also, this is episode 8 out of 10 in the final season of Samurai Jack. Why are we now introducing a love plot? I never got the impression that the show was going for a romantic element between these two, as there had been no indication of it prior. Jack only cared for Ashi as he saw her as another innocent who had been corrupted, so simply wanted to save her because that's the kind of guy he is. And Ashi, with her new ambition to stop Aku and save the world, would act as a new wind in the sails, as she convinces Jack that all hope is not lost and that the fighting he does is not all in vain. That was their dynamic. But now, out of nowhere, we're getting these full-on sexual innuendos between the two, and it just feels wrong. And it's only gonna get worse, as the two then find a crashed spaceship and have to fight off an alien creature, where Jack awkwardly sucks some venom out of Ashi's leg. The creatures then eat away at Ashi's clothes, and Jack has to awkwardly explain to Ashi why her being naked is weird, despite the fact that she seemed pretty aware of this back in episode 6 when she changed her outfit.
Uh-oh.
And after rewatching this fight scene, I've now come to the realization that this is practically one big metaphor for sex.
I don't know how to use it.
What? Maybe I can try.
Okay.
Then, after the creature is defeated, we get what is quite possibly the worst moment in the season. Episode 9. We open up with Jack and Ashi awkwardly trying to recompose themselves after that. Ashi then walks away to find some clothes to change into, and then just purrs on Jack as he takes a shower. I'm telling you, Gendy's writing when it comes to love plots is so painstakingly awkward, it would even make George Lucas cringe.
I truly, deeply love you.
Jack then sees his former self in a reflection, warning him to be careful.
Be careful.
What he should have said was something along the lines of, Jack, she's under half your age, not to mention mentally messed up from all that childhood trauma she had to endure. What the fuck are you doing? The two then sit down and have an awkward dinner.
A little chewy.
Yes.
Yep, we're in the second to last episode to the show's finale, and this is how we're spending our screen time. I sure hope the final episode won't feel rushed because of this. Meanwhile, Scaramouche has finally made it back to Aku. Oh yeah, remember that plot line? Scaramouche tells Aku that Jack no longer has his sword. Aku, being thrilled to hear this, now sets out to find Jack. We cut back to Jack, who has left Ashi to travel solo. Yep, classic hump and dump there, eh Jacko? Where he stumbles upon a familiar location. Oh, so I guess the show does remember its formal plotline of the Portal Guardian. Just for context, the Portal Guardian was a character who appeared in the season 3 episode, Jack and the Travelling Creatures. Here, Jack comes across a time portal and asks the Guardian if he's able to use it. The Guardian scoffs at Jack and tells him that only one man has been prophesied to use the portal, and that is the man who can defeat the Guardian in battle. Jack battles it out with the Guardian, but soon gets his ass handed to him. Just as the Guardian is about to deliver the finishing blow, the portal speaks to him. The Guardian acknowledges this, and rather than kill Jack, he sends him on his way, claiming that Jack can't use the portal, at least, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
This was always the ending I thought would be foreshadowed for the show, but I guess now it's like, nah, not happening, we've got a better plotline in mind. Ashi then manages to track Jack down, and Jack explains the reason he left was because he couldn't bear to see her get killed. Ashi then reassures Jack.
Everything that has happened in our lives has brought us here. Right now. Together.
Yes, and what would that be? You dedicating your entire life to killing him? Tracking him down with your sisters that are now all dead because of it? along with your mother. How very romantic. You taking notes here, George?
I don't like sand.
Aku then shows up, taunting Jack on how he has no chance of defeating him now that he has lost his sword, which leads to this moment.
Oh, but Master,
Not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. But as funny as this moment is, it does kind of feel a little anticlimactic, seeing as how we spent an entire B-plot of an episode just watching Scaramouche trying to get back to Aku. You could argue that this was just a great bit of subversion, but I would argue that it was a waste of screen time. You could also argue that it was a plot device to get Aku to come and confront Jack, but Jack was already on his way to fight Aku anyway. Aku is about to leave, but then gets a weird scent in the air from Ashi.
Yes, I smell me inside of her.
Well, that could have been worded better. We then get a flashback to when Aku confronted the daughters of Aku, where for whatever reason, he deposited some of his fluids into a cup. One of the women then drank the fluid, and then birthed Ashi and her sisters. So I guess that was like Aku's semen or something? Best not to think about. It also seems a bit of a retcon to the first episode, as it's implied that Aku hadn't shown himself for many years, but here it's shown that he actually appeared just 9 months prior, assuming the woman went through the standard pregnancy duration. Aku is then able to take control of Ashi's body, and uses her to fight against Jack. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maybe it's because I'm just not heavily invested in this sudden love plot, but I really do not feel the weight of this conflict that the show is so desperately trying to present it with. Considering when we started the season, Jack was suffering from trauma as the ghost from the past haunted his guilt-ridden mind, the years of fighting and loss finally starting to bear down on him, to the point that he was on the verge of unlifing himself just to be free of it all. But now the show's great conflict is, oh no, girl I fell in love with 2 episodes ago is now attacking me. I am sad. Aku then converts Ashi into a demon creature, who he now has full control over. Jack, unable to hurt Ashi, surrenders himself, where Aku takes the sword from him, ending episode 9. So now we're here, over 15 years in the making, and we've reached the final episode. The penultimate showdown to give what is arguably one of the best cartoon series out there its long-awaited conclusion. The epic final showdown between Jack and Aku, and it's Jack wondering if he can save the life of a girl he just met. Oh boy. So instead of instantly killing Jack, Aku instead decides that he wants to have his demise broadcast over the entire world. I would argue that this is just the mistake cliche villain trope, where they decide instead of simply killing their character, they drag it out for drama. But for Aku, this is actually very much in character for him, and I do quite like how they incorporate the classic show's opening for the broadcast. And we once again get our DiCaprio faces on, as we see a whole bunch of characters from the classic series witnessing the broadcast. Aku orders Ashi to finish off Jack, but before she can, they are interrupted by an attack from Jack's allies, who have come in to rescue him, in what is actually a pretty great scene, as we see all of the allies utilizing their various traits from the classic series in order to try and take down Aku. Despite the shit show the last few episodes have been going down, this moment was actually beginning to give me that hype and thrill that I'd experienced back in episode 2. The Scotsman returns with his kilt tech magic and is able to save Jack from Ashi. The two have a brief catch up where the Scotsman offers Jack a pic of one of his daughters.
Now, take your pick. I'd be mighty proud.
Which, again, yeah, creepy, but it does lead to this funny line.
I met someone. Her.
I don't think she's your type, lad.
Despite all of the allies' efforts, however, Aku is able to overcome them pretty easily, which kind of makes this whole build-up feel a little bit underwhelming. But we can't focus on all those boring lame characters. Oh no, we've got to pay attention to the real meat and pudding of this series now, and that's Jack and Ashi. As Ashi still struggles to overcome Aku's control, Jack reaches inside of her and tells Ashi that he loves her.
Ashi! 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 I love you!
You could have had something a little more profound. Maybe Jack telling her that just because she has darkness in her doesn't mean that is what defines her, and that you don't have to let it consume you, referring to how Jack managed to overcome his own inner demons earlier on. But no, let's just go for the most cliche, textbook 101, my first romance story level of dialogue. This of course works, and Ashi is now suddenly free of Aku's control, and with her newfound powers, begins to fight back at him. Judging by the triumphant musical score, the show is treating this as some sort of epic moment. And that we, the audience, are now meant to be throwing our fists in the air, cheering Ashi onwards, as the power of love has conquered all. And yet instead I sit here, feeling absolutely nothing. And then it happens.
Ashi, you have Aku's powers.
I do!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
5 seasons, 62 episodes, 16 years waiting, and the show's entire purpose of Jack being able to find a time portal to get back to the past is resolved in less than 10 seconds. Back in the day when the original series was airing, when I was painstakingly checking off my Roman numerals episode by episode, I often wondered in my head just how the series would conclude itself. Jack having his epic face-off with Aku, Jack earning his right to finally use the Guardian's portal, maybe Jack would even choose to stay in the future with all the close friends he's made. Whatever happened, I always envisioned it as an epic, triumphant feeling when it finally did happen. And now I sit here, witnessing that very moment I imagined, but not full of joy, not even full of anger, just empty. So Ashi and Jack return to the moment where Aku had just sent the original Jack into the future. Wasting no time at all, Jack strikes down Aku and the world is saved. Ashi then collapses for a brief moment, saying that she felt Aku's presence leave her, solidifying the fact that Aku had well and truly passed. I mean, phew, for a second there I thought something bad was going to happen to her. So we then return to the past, where peace and harmony has been restored. Jack and Ashi are now about to get married, and what a beautiful day it is. Everyone has come out in celebration, both Jack and Ashi look amazing. Could this day get any better? Yes, it could. So as Ashi is walking up the path, she suddenly collapses to her feet, where she tells Jack that without Aku, she would never have existed, as she then fades away in his arms. What? If Aku was the only way Ashi could exist, then why did it take so long for her to be affected by it? Didn't she literally collapse the moment Aku was destroyed, confirming that Aku's presence in her was now gone? Why on earth did she not die then? The only reason I can think of is that the show really wanted to make Ashi's death feel as impactful as possible, so just decided to wait until this very moment, in its pathetic attempt to get the strongest possible emotional response from the audience. But because the moment of Ashi's death feels so conveniently forced, it loses any emotional impact it could have possibly had, and just leaves you feeling cheated and patronized. And this only further pisses me off, because despite my disdain for the whole forced love plot of Jack and Ashi, I at least thought they were pushing this extra hard so that Jack could get his true happy ending, not only saving the world, but also living happily ever after with the woman he loves. But now that has been taken from him, I ask, what was the point of it all? Why did we sacrifice many story beats and so much screen time to have these two built up just to have it all taken away? Was that what the show was gambling everything on? To wow the audience with a love tragedy style ending? Which 1, doesn't make sense given the time of the death, but 2, no sane-minded individual gives 2 shits about this romance because the whole love plot was creepy and forced upon us in the last minute. Hell, Jack and the fucking wolf had more of a love connection than these two. Maybe if this had been built over a few seasons, then it would have had more emotional punch to it. Maybe it was Gendy's original vision for how the series would end, but he could only compress it all into 1 season. Regardless of the matter, the fact is that it simply didn't work. This ending was so unbelievably bad that they even retconned it in the video game release just shortly after, where Archie doesn't actually die at the end of the series.
Ashi, who did not die. Oh, isn't that swell?
I just want to note as well that I don't hate Archie as a character. I think from a narrative perspective, she works well as the ambitious, optimistic character who wants to now stop Aku, contrast to Jack's exhausted and pessimistic attitude. And I think had they gone down the route of master and apprentice rather than lovers, it could have actually worked. And maybe it's just me, but I felt like that may have been the initial intention. As throughout the first half of the season, Jack and Archie's relationship seems purely platonic. Sure, they both care for each other, but there's no indication of a romantic attraction. And it's not until episode 8 rolls around that it's suddenly innuendo galore. But it's not just the whole Archie love plot that I had issues with. The fact that Jack defeats past Aku has less weight to it, as this Aku barely knows Jack, so Jack defeating him just feels less impactful than if Jack had finally managed to defeat the future Aku. It was kind of similar for me when the Avengers were fighting a past version of Thanos in Endgame.
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
We also never addressed Jack's immortality. Did this get fixed when he reverted back to his normal self? Or did going back in time once again cancel it out? Or is he simply going to remain immortal and now have to witness everyone he loves and cares about slowly die around him? So after completely trashing the official ending, what would I have rathered for an actual ending? Well, perhaps in this take, Jack actually does manage to defeat Aku, but it's with the combined help from all his friends and allies, including that of Archie, who still possesses her demon powers thanks to Aku. A nice little way to show that all of our characters, with their personal growths they have made, are now able to use this newfound power to overcome an obstacle they previously could not. But even with Aku defeated, there's still the burning question: what does Jack do next? As Jack's bigger conflict doesn't come from the fact that he may potentially kill Archie, but rather from the fact that if he were to go back and defeat Aku, it could change the timeline and alter the future, meaning there's a strong possibility that everyone in this current timeline, including Archie, would get erased. But Jack's friends and allies tell him that it's okay, in that all he has and was willing to sacrifice for them, they now in return are willing to do the same for him. And they emphasize that this is the path that they choose, a callback to the teachings Jack learned from his father. And who knows, perhaps there's even a chance they would still exist in some capacity. Jack smiles, but is still concerned to the fact that all the time portals have seemingly been destroyed, when one individual steps out from the crowd, which happens to be the Guardian from the classic series, who tells Jack that he is now ready to use the portal, just as the prophecy foretold. Jack realizes, however, that despite the potential for the other characters to survive, Archie would still face a certain demise, as her existence is purely down to Aku, and with Aku never existing, Archie would never have been conceived. So Jack offers to take her back to the past with him, where she could now have a chance to live the life she always fantasized about, minus the marriage of course. I know that this isn't a perfect ending, and it could feel incredibly corny in places, but I would still take this above this puddle of excrement that we officially got. And of course, if you guys have any alternate ideas on how you think the series could have ended, please do leave them in the comments below. So yeah, there you go. That's my view on Samurai Jack Season 5 and what went wrong for it. It genuinely baffles me how a show can start off with such great potential and then just absolutely fumble the landing. Like, I get it when it happens over the course of seasonal rot, or when there's a change up in production staff, but I don't think I've ever seen a show tank so hard in the space of one season. Maybe there's a lesson in this about be careful what you wish for, and that sometimes the answers are never quite as fulfilling as the questions. But until the next one, guys, take care.
Hey, what is going on, you guys?